Yeah, fighting games though, I think it's very very high. For one, the games are so short that you run into this like, all right, one more game, and you do that for like hours. That's not something in like in
Is
Valorant
that a
and
bug or a
CS.
feature? Is that a bug or a feature?
That's a feature. That's a huge
That's a
feature.
feature.
Because it's just so enjoyable. Like, because you could stop it, but it's you want to play more. Valorant, CS,
Would you stop it though?
these games, it's like, do I really want to queue up another game that could take upwards of an hour? You know?
Dude, some of that OT game that we had was so long. It was crazy.
Yeah.
Hello.
Um,
Yeah.
Yo.
I feel like.
What's up?
Yo.
All right, this part This part literally doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So I'm down to keep on talking. I had a friend
Yeah.
who was insanely addicted to League in college and would just couldn't stop playing and would be like, okay, one more at 2 a.m. and then be like, okay, one more at 4 a.m. and then it would be 5 o'clock in the morning.
I got a couple of nicks in there. They gotta get to us. 4v1. Keep dreaming.
Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go.
You guys want to stay?
I almost want to play T, but I'm down for whatever.
Why did we start CT? Why did we start?
Okay,
CT?
yeah.
So TT.
They know window smoke.
Oh fuck, it's over for us. They know Windows. Dude, this
Y'all
fucking
social club?
intro is so funny.
Yeah, it's just
Oh,
broken.
so me and Michael played ping pong for an hour a day when we worked at Twitter, and playing a fighting game is basically the same. I feel like in a lot of ways.
I think
Yeah,
it's
I can
more,
see that.
even more than that, and better than that. Because ping pong, you're not getting in each other's heads at all, ever.
What?
You're just playing ping pong, you know?
No.
I feel like there's a little bit
Maybe-
this serves.
How do you get in each
It's
other's
like,
heads?
oh,
I guess I don't know what you mean by getting each other's heads.
Like,
Oh,
like,
apps.
rotating.
that's bomb. We're on the rotate.
2 out, van. 1 abs.
Okay, robot.
We're all here. We're all
Oh, I
cat.
got the bench one. Another one bench.
Another ban.
1 abs, 1 abs lit.
Christ.
Damn.
Like you go for reads on your opponent and stuff in fighting games and stuff. Like based on how they play,
Let's
you'd be
save.
like, I understand how you play now, and I know that during these situations you tend to do this, and so I'm going to do
Rush
that
ramp.
now. Let's do
Yeah,
it.
I feel like ping pong is exactly that.
What? How? You just try to hit the ball.
You just try to punch each other.
But like, what is a
Flashing.
read that you would make in ping pong?
Uh,
How could you hard counter it by?
Okay, hold up.
Got one bomb there. There were maybe 2 more ramp. Maybe 3.
Coming out.
You got a homie in. Oh, Alice.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like, oh, you're gonna hit the ball
Dude,
over
what
here,
was
or you're going to
that?
use this sort of spin, or something like that, right? I don't know.
Oh, what? Our teammate just needed to get 1 kill. There, not to win
Yeah.
the round. I just mean it would
Right.
be
Yeah.
gotten 1
It
kill
was-
there.
It felt like it was very doable. Yeah, getting a kill there.
Just. All right, we got this from here on out.
They have gleals. I'm getting helmet.
Touching underpass.
Nothing B.
Could be mid. I'm watching cat. I'm gonna peek mid. They smoke top mid. They could be, on boxes.
Flashes over A.
Bunch of flashes A.
Util A. Lots of util A.
Tetris. Bomb ramp.
One Tetris, one Tetris.
Ate that grenade.
Triple.
One on default.
Oh my god, that grenade though. Dude, that grenade did so much damage.
Yeah, it did a lot. Probably buy for next. So like, okay, I guess to describe
I
it
think
in a
probably that sort of stuff happens at a lower level. Hold up.
like
Molly ramp.
to
Molly ramp.
to reduce it to something simple, it'd be, like if you could play RPS and you could really say like this
I don't know what
person
that means.
rock paper
Simplify it more.
scissors,
Okay.
and you could
Top mid. One top mid.
you could really say I know this person's gonna go scissors and I'm gonna go rock.
Yeah.
But like much bigger than that. And much more fun and significant than that.
The best
I'm
gun
like-
in the game.
I just can't imagine that being a thing.
Bomb mid. Bomb lower mid.
It's the worst gun in the game.
One cat, one chair.
Two
and
are hit
one
pretty hard.
Lower mid.
In mid.
One in window.
Right.
He's watching me, blue. Peek him.
No way! Oh man, fuck.
Where'd they go?
Yeah, he's jungle. Jungle. Oh, you got him.
I got you.
2v2. Trying to plant A.
Fuck me. Bad reload time.
Yeah, I did
2v1.
so much damage to.
CT clear.
Probably ramp. Cover your homie.
Yeah, he's palace. Palace.
Nice. Good try. We don't have a kit.
Damn. That's good.
I don't think he has it.
No, he doesn't.
It's by like a couple
Exactly.
seconds.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I choked on one of them so hard.
Dude, I did 95 to 1 and 54 to a second one. Just because they had a fucking MP5. MP9.
Dude, the MP9 is the best gun in the game.
I know, but it felt so bad. That was a buy for next. Oh, that's not that bad.
Yeah, can you get a rifle?
No one's mid.
I'm going mid.
Oh, okay. I'll flash mid.
Flashing mid.
I'm only window. Yeah, I'm just not playing window because it's really hard with a rifle. Oh, one cat.
Oh,
On
one
top mid.
one smoke coming in A. Yeah, one smoke A.
Yeah, you were playing cat top. One's boxes. One's boxes.
I'm not watching ramp anymore.
One more.
Palace is clear.
Off top mid.
He's out there on A main, dude.
I say
We
it
got
like
Off
that.
top mid.
Is someone watching heaven?
I am.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Did they get bombed? That they did.
I've got someone on. Oh no, green should be on B. Yeah, okay, he's going to B.
I'm gonna rotate B. Good round, y'all. I don't know what that person was talking about.
Yeah. He was like, they're out there in Maine. Like, okay, so there's one.
And I'm like,
ramp?
yeah, I'm getting fucking shot by them.
Yeah. You're saying there's one ramp. Is that what you're trying to say? Why are you saying it like that?
I'm only ramp. Molly ramp.
So I should push out cat.
One top mid.
More aggressively.
Oops. Molly and pallet. Top mid might have an op. Careful. Ooh, this is a bad smoke by them. I can see them on cat if they try to push it.
Fuck. Op top mid.
Yeah.
He's lit.
One under. Yeah, one under.
I'm looking at under from.
One smoke, two coming from A.
2 on A. Ramp.
One A main, one touch.
Got the one under.
Yo, what? One flash B.
Just got instantly deked. One's on A site.
Oh. One connector area. Going in jungle.
We'll try opping mid.
Alright, the rest of us force up.
Michael, do you want to flash me in? I can give you a flash.
Yeah, I'll get flash for the mid.
Remember, they will get.
I'll give you a molly too.
Sweet.
Fuck, I think
Oh,
the other guy in
Yellow got it. That's okay. That's okay. Yellow, you got the molly.
I should have gotten the kit instead.
Flashing mid.
Yep. Mid's empty.
Out A. Out A.
Going for a flank.
Bro.
There was one mid. Is there a lot on A?
They
so.
were out A.
Yeah.
Bomb A.
Util A. Trying to smoke heaven.
Oh.
3v2.
Take it.
Triple, I think.
Take it.
Take it in hell.
Hell.
On their pallets and see, take it.
I think
Yo,
you'll
what
save
the
the
fuck
op.
is their pallets doing?
It's too hard to push that with an op, I think. Especially when he's got an op.
Dude, our teammate fucking ran into Palace when I was like, they're out A. And he just turned back, he just fucking went and died. In Palace. Oh my god.
That is annoying. I can get you a rifle, Michael.
Alright. Sweet. I'll get flash for mid. Flashing mid.
No molly under.
Mid's empty. Oh, I think you got one. I think one's under.
Nothing mid.
Could be apps. I'm gonna rotate B apps. Yellow, I'm leaving you.
I'm watching Palace now with Op. They
Bunch of
might be
smoke,
under.
mate.
Where was that? Where are they?
Ramp.
They're on A.
Ramp.
They're on A.
Got a flank coming.
2 Tetris. Last unknown.
Great job.
Wow,
Grab a second
I was right
op.
next to him. Yeah, did someone playing ticket want the second up or van?
Van one
Yeah,
up.
I'll play up from ticket.
Let's go.
Oh, sorry, I need to flash.
Flashing.
Throwing flashbang.
They smoked cat.
Flash ramp.
Flashing
Throwing
mid.
flashbang. Incendiary.
Mowing boxes.
Deploying flashbang. Laying down smoke.
We don't have
Watch-
anyone on B.
Watching top mid.
We'll go back to B.
Throwing fire.
They're at B.
Grenade out.
They're on B.
What
On
the-
B. They're on B site.
They're planning.
Yellow
One
just
app.
Site.
Throwing smoke.
So you guys have
Throwing smoke.
Oh,
Balcony.
bench.
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 bench. Bench and app.
Yo, what the fuck happened on B that round?
I was playing Cat the whole time. Not
Yeah,
sure.
yellow just left.
Yellow, are you playing apps?
No, bro. I've been playing A. I was mid.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Wait.
So,
who's been
do we
playing
have
B?
anybody playing ban or apps?
Oh, maybe that's green. Sorry.
These fellas are gonna regret waking up this morning.
Oh, I guess it is green now. I swear it was yellow.
It-
but
Grenade out.
Flash.
Grenade out.
it's
Falling under.
Laying down smoke.
terrible.
Did they?
So why do we have 3 people A? We need 1 mid, dude.
I have been playing mid, but when I have a rifle, I play mid from connector. Because if
Dude,
you
it's
play
so hard to
window,
take
you
this
just
person
die.
who just fucking left B when they were
Play
playing.
window then.
What was that?
I'll play window then.
Okay, yeah, you can play window. Watching Palace.
They're out. They're out. A.
Throwing flashbang. Flashbang.
Flash to hell.
Deploying flashbang.
One
Down,
pallet.
A.
Pallet.
Laying down smoke.
Yeah, 2A, I think.
Oh, one ticket.
Triple.
Dude, this fucking super slow rotate. Our teammates fucking suck. They do shit like not play B and then be like, why are we playing anyone mid when we have someone connector?
Yeah. The person who's playing mid now, where were you playing? Because I gotta fill in your spot. Who was saying they wanted to play window? What's going
Dude,
on?
come on. Come on.
What is happening
dude.
this game?
Smoke.
Alright, now we have no one window. Yellow, you called that you
Okay,
were
no,
gonna
green,
window,
green,
right?
green, green's window.
Oh, okay, never mind. Gotcha.
Bomb top mid. I'll play apartments.
One cat.
What the fuck?
Throwing fire.
One more.
One
One
lower mid.
connector.
Two mid. Oh, it's just me. Bro, I think that they are probably just in a Discord call. Because our two teammates are queued together, you know?
Yeah, that could be it.
But they also are playing like... They're doing just such ass stuff.
Yeah. It's so bad.
Incendiary out.
Green, are you not going to dinner?
We're going 3B.
I mean, I have
And
SMG.
last time it was 3A. What are you doing, guys?
Fire. Grenade. Deploying
He
flashbang.
just runs into cat and gets opt.
He's like, I can't go mid.
One's under, two are top mid.
Hey, one Tetris jumping into stairs.
Bomb connector.
Two con.
Why does he talk like that?
Two on A site.
Alright.
Dude, I fucking hate our stupid ass teammates.
Yeah.
Be like, I'll go window, and then one round later being like, where are you going? And he's like, well, I have an SMG, and then he fucking just runs in the middle of mid and gets upped.
Yeah.
Alright, we can't do the fake with them. It's hopeless.
I think we have to. We gotta try.
Alright, let's try to do a fake. We're gonna have
Yeah.
orange go A.
Yeah. Everybody go apps quiet.
We're gonna go apps quiet. Yeah, we got this. Our T side, we got this.
They're not buying in. Oh, they got.
That shit's gonna
you t-
flop, bro.
We got this.
Quiet. And then let's be pretty slow. Usually we can get a plan off at least. Alright, we're hearing them rotate off. Quiet.
I got dinged. Damn. At least two on A.
Alright, I think we go now that our fake got killed.
Dude.
Always at least get the plant though.
I do think that the fake has. It's been like 0-4 recently
Yeah.
for winning the round.
Yeah. Which is weird. It feels like in the worst case, it should be like a 4-on-2 or something, and on B, you know. It should, which gets the plant, but I don't know how. Yeah. It's tricky.
I mean, at that time there was someone short who didn't rotate.
Yeah. But it does give us information that they don't rotate fast, at least.
Dude, I hate our teammates. Something about
We
them.
can buy because we got the plant. Or we can. Yeah.
I'll go under. Down pass. So they might have MP9, so they're gonna be more aggressive than expected.
One's triple lit.
No fucking way. Cat.
Got cat.
One jungle.
There's an M4 on cat.
Lit. Triple and CT.
Yeah, cat still. One more cat.
Fucking
Nice try.
jumping across.
Forcing up.
Did they played more than one cat?
Well, one rotated from B to
Yeah,
cat. Like
it was just so fast. So I'm wondering if he's playing archers.
I don't think. I mean, it was like 10 seconds.
Was it? Okay. Yeah, I guess it wasn't that fast from like contact. It was just fast from like.
Got one PK.
Got one under. They have an op in
Hopper window.
apps. Damn, I didn't realize I had bomb.
I'm Palace with you.
All right, let's fucking go Palace. Bombs down apps, but we go in Palace. They'll never see it. We go quiet once the smoke fades. Right now, Todd, we play get those numbers. I'm gonna fucking flash this shit. Oh wait. All right, swing it. 3, 2, 1, go. We're on a high. We're on a mission. We're going mid.
I'm in their spawn.
There's one mid.
One's boxes.
What?
What the fuck was that guy doing there?
That was an insane place for him to be playing.
That was crazy.
Maybe he
I just,
heard
like,
you guys. and then
unload a
tried-
half a clip into the wall.
Yeah.
What? Good
Okay,
game.
that was like a 20-minute match. I would play one more.
Okay, let's do one more.
And then we switched to Valorant for real. I don't know why. It's probably bad that it's probably bad for me that my teammates rubbed me so wrong, but they really did. You know?
I mean, I think they were pretty fucking insufferable.
It seems like there are people like Counter-Strike kind of develops this personality of like superiorness. So like even people at our level are just like what are you doing? Like
Yeah.
and it's just like, dude, you don't know everything, you know? Like
Yeah.
maybe there's a reason we're not playing one window. Maybe you can pay attention that one's going to connector, for example, and
Yeah.
you know, playing there.
Yeah. Let's see what Choppy wants. Dude, and also the servers. God damn. God damn.
Can we message? How do we message team?
Top right.
Yeah, top right team chat.
We're going Mirage.
We're going Mirage or Dust 2. Oh my fucking god, dude. All
To be
right.
fair, Todd, you did say not to do like 4 out of the 7 maps.
Huh?
So.
I didn't mean to.
Whoops. I accidentally
Oh, you
I
said
tried to
connect.
say no Mirage or Dust too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was. Yeah.
Dude, we should have found Face It when we only played Mirage. We would have been like
Can you
pigs
hear
and
me?
Yep.
we would have been like pigs and shit, you know? Alright, one of our teammates is Bug's Life. It's goated.
Yeah. His mic is insane though. If it was him. Car. Bugs Life car has a mic that's made out of tin cans. With a string.
Huh. Fuck. That you shooting at me, Todd?
That's another thing that makes Face It take forever, is that it's like, oh, you've got like 3 or 4 minutes to join the server, whereas like, you know, Premiere, you just get matched in because it's the same client.
Oh,
Dude, maybe the FAMAS is goated?
Two people on their team just can't. They can't.
they did it. Figure out.
No, mid, no. We
What?
gotta get this shit over with as soon as possible.
That was all chat.
Oh.
Yeah. But even still, it's just too.
Move it, son.
They went ramp. Let's all go to A. Get this over with.
Oh, I can't believe they got me. You wanna know why this exists?
Because people want to show off their knives?
Yes. That's actually. I think.
Look at us. Look at us.
How is
To
it
be honest.
broken?
Sorry, what was that?
Let us walk into B apps.
Cool. Yeah. Maybe let's get Orange to go make noise on A while we quietly out.
I'll throw some util in.
No,
Bait,
Orange
bait.
has util. We should send Orange B. I can go. Okay, that works.
What?
Someone grab.
Does one want to go mid and just watch window?
No, we got this. On B.
On God.
He just dropped the bomb.
He dropped bomb, which made noise, so they probably know we're here now.
Dinked another A.
Alright, Purple's making hella noise on A. Let's go.
One market.
I'm smoking.
Two A.
Okay.
Two of them are dink. I'm going market.
Oh, I killed him right before your smoke went out, Kurt. It was
Oh, nice.
sick. I got apartments flank.
Playing time.
One more bench.
Dude, his mic.
They're on site. Still chair.
Great job.
Good job.
It worked!
It did work.
When did you dropping the bomb?
That's force.
I gotta. Do you guys know which one is talking? I just gotta lower his volume.
It's
We
green.
want to try underpass to A.
Yeah, let's try a split A. I'll go Palace.
We should have range
Okay.
advantage, so maybe we just.
Yeah, I'm
take
gonna
that.
go mid.
I'm just gonna hold underpass.
We got one window.
Can you guys push up to cat?
We smoked
Oh,
cat.
bomb's B. I didn't realize.
I'm walking from underpass.
Oh, I see.
Someone watch my window. Window and
Watching
cat.
window.
I'm watching window.
Okay, I'm running up con. I'm peeking.
I'm in ladder.
Cat.
Cat. What the fuck? He's cat, he's thing.
Got him.
Last
One
one's
ticket.
CT.
Last one's ticket. You can just take that ship. B.
Yeah, just go B.
Oh, Kurt, you
Tom Kurt. Oh.
Nice shot.
Nice.
Michael, that frag was pretty wild.
I know. I was just like, oh, I know where he is. I'll throw a frack at it.
You hear where he is, but it's like 2 feet from you.
I'm gonna smoke connector.
I'm like, maybe he'll
Can someone
like a
Can I give
little.
you that deagle?
No, we buy.
Oh.
When you win a round, you buy.
Yeah, I got you.
Get that I can. Oh wait.
Give me the deagle. Give me the deagle.
Take cat to B.
Dude,
Because they like playing market, they don't play on the site for some reason.
I feel like that's sample size 1, but
They had one. Did they have one cat? They didn't really.
Yeah,
I'll
just
smoke
smoke
window.
window.
smoke's out. Hasn't landed yet though. Oh,
Nick to Nick.
Okay. Okay.
He's cat.
oh shit, dude, that was ugly. Okay, I need.
Why did you run right past him, bro? You left him for us.
Yeah, that wasn't good, but and we'll save this round and we'll rush ramp, but we can come back.
I'll get the smoke in case of Molly.
I got a full save.
I just got a flash. Someone grab that. We're running through everything. Just run right through it. Go.
I think one of them.
There's an AK on his body.
Reconnector.
Nice try. Dude, I can't believe I got a dink with the Glock. I bet that was like 10 damage. Yeah. Holy shit.
How much was it?
29.
I killed one with 5 damage, another with 87.
I did 95 to 1.
Yeah,
Hell yeah,
I
Todd.
finished it.
Purple, can you buy me something light?
Are we saving last one? What do you do?
I think Purple just had the most amount of money. So I don't know if he was like...
Op connector. An AK there. There's an AK there.
Yeah, it's one stairs.
I'm so bad.
Are we going air B?
Oh.
We don't really
I
have
guess-
any space on either site. I can smoke ticket. Or, well, I'll smoke stairs. There was more stairs.
I'm gonna smoke connector.
Dude, why is he smoking connector? You got bomb?
I'm gonna walk underpass.
2A. There's an op jungle. Dude, what?
He's walking up.
I'm walking on a B.
You saw one on stage. Bombs down balcony.
Bro, what the fuck?
I'm walking on the beat.
I'm walking on the B. He's just
Alright,
entering
let's
apartments.
rush B, please.
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 Sure.
Dude, what the
Text
f-
and Max.
I've got
Text him
smoke
Max.
for Molly.
You know I love those T&Ms.
We got a frag. Gonna throw
I
that
feel-
at Dan.
I feel like we're about to.
Nade.
One bench, one arch. Dude, the fucking V-Rush sucks so
It's
much!
so bad. It's so bad. I hate when people.
Alright, we need
Can
to
we
mix
please?
up who's making these calls.
Oh.
The
Yeah, let's
V-Rush
let's
was
default.
great.
Go for it.
Let's default. Let's just.
Yeah, let's-
yeah. I'm
So
going.
what,
Alright.
we know they play an op in connector,
Yeah, they're
right?
playing up,
Yeah.
connector, or window, right?
Yeah.
So I'll smoke connector real quick.
Smoke. Smoke.
I went out before the smoke. I heard the wrong one. Yeah, there was an off window.
I'm throwing fire.
Wait, there's one window. Oh,
Yeah. You really thought I was doing that, huh? Just running and gunning, baby.
Oh my god. I can only see his foot. I guess I can see my foot, but
Drop down. Make the noise. Oh.
let's see what we got.
We forfeit and just call it. Like, honestly, why spend 20 minutes playing the game?
It's kind of my thoughts. Like, just start loading and face it.
We forcing or?
Let's force and place low on either side. I don't care.
sounds good.
Alright.
Now is the time.
How did he deal 1 damage to one of them? Oh, maybe a grenade hit him. I only threw a frag though. Yeah, okay, that's it. Double molly. Apps.
Blue, we got a peek.
No way! The audio sucks.
Opper on
One
stairs.
I'm throwing a grenade.
Oh
Or
my
jungle.
god.
Stairs. Opper stairs, one jungle.
Dude, purple just like saw the op looking somewhere else and then went to jump across sandwich and just fell into sandwich and then swung around stairs and just got opped. It was like
I
It was
really think
unbelievable.
that mid to B would have worked if we just walked B. Because we have the window smoke and we have the connector smoke.
Alright, let's do it. Let's do mid to B. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Because anything else, we're gonna get opt out on A.
Alright, I'm smoking
Run
window
it.
now. It's gonna take a sec.
I'm smoking connector now. Wait until the smokes land. Do not peek this. Do not get picked. Okay, now we can go. Watch the right side of the window. We're walking up cat. Good. Push. One. Keep pushing, keep pushing.
On market.
There's
Off
an
market.
Off and market dead. I'm planning app side.
Last
There's
two
two
market.
market. Still market, last
2v1
one.
bomb down.
He's in market, bro.
Market door.
Turn around.
It's bomb down. We don't gotta fight him.
Sorry, I didn't know what you meant when you said plan for apartment.
You know, you were shooting exactly where I planted it, so I don't know.
Hey, that worked pretty well. Nice try, all. I need to actually do something now. Okay.
Let's go B apps.
Oh,
Dude, I'm not going B apps. I can't
they
do
double
it.
molly B apps, so you want to like wait. You want to do a delayed hit on it because you don't want those mollies.
Connector.
They also
Just launch
They also spray the
Oh,
spray
oh.
thing.
Can we
That.
push up to connector from underpass?
There was one.
I hear them apps. I hear them cat.
One mid. One in mid.
Where? Where in mid?
Cat.
Right.
Cat.
Brutal.
You saw a shadow.
Where?
On cat. You hear him in apps.
That's
Could be
on.
underpass.
Also
One's
out.
an
Also
apps
out.
also.
You saw him.
Nice try.
Nice try. Nice try.
Wow, if I'd gotten that guy, it would have gone down to a 1v1. That's crazy. We'll just keep forcing, I think. We just keep forcing.
Force, go ahead.
Maybe we try to split A.
Sure.
Smoking jungle.
I smoke ticket.
Sorry. Whoa.
Off mid.
Ticket-ish? Ticket triple.
One B2.
Suck jump. I don't know how he didn't get the bomb. Like, it feels like he walked right over it. There's footsteps.
Nice try.
Damn, I did 73 to the opper. That was a fun P250 round for me. I mean,
P90.
P90. It's like,
Let's try the mid to be.
Let's
Smoke
do it.
window, smoke con.
Sounds good.
Flashing. Go for it. I'm watching underpass. You guys push up cat. One cat with all.
Connector.
Still cat with all. Oh god.
Brutal.
Purple, you gotta push up. He's opping your team down, and you're letting it happen.
We got it. We got
Oh.
it.
Green. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. He's like, I got it.
We got this. We got this. 2v2.
2v2.
Nice.
2v1.
Bomb. One cat. Bomb
cat.
down top mid. 1v1.
Why does he
Last
have
one, last scene,
bomb?
cat. He's on cat. He's on cat. Oh!
Let's fucking go!
Touchdown, boy. You see that? I'm talking. We went around.
Let's
Good
go,
job.
fellas.
What sides do y'all
Alright,
like
what
to
sites
play?
we playing?
I'm going cat. Playing cat.
I'll play B ops.
This guy just
take
loves Mirage apps. He's like,
Yeah.
why don't we just go apps?
Why don't we just
I'll
go
play
apps?
apps.
Can we please rush apps? Can we rush apps, please?
Please, can we please rush apps?
Please.
Come on, jump.
Apps, please.
Flash A. They're out A. Bomb A,
Bomb
right?
A.
Fuck me, I got dinged.
Mid.
Heaven as well.
Yeah, all 5 there, I think.
Yeah, we saw all 5.
One palace.
Damn.
1v4.
How many left? 1v4. Easy.
We have to force here, no?
I don't think so. Full save, rush ramp.
We save this one and then we win every single other round.
Alright, we
Exactly.
rush A ramp then.
Yeah.
Let's fucking do it.
Oh,
Holy
my
shit,
eyes,
they're
my
fucking
eyes!
coming.
Go, go, go. Go,
I got
go, go,
one.
go, go. Oh god.
I got my
That was
one.
sick. That was sick. All right. Shut the fuck up. I got my one.
Bro, shut the fuck up.
I think that they had AKs.
They had Mac 10s, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, or at least from what we saw, yeah.
Alright, now we got 2A, 2B, 1 mid.
Let's have it, lads.
Yeah, I'll play mid, but I'm doing
And we don't lose another round.
Oh my god, this guy just jumps in front of me and slows me down.
Flash mid. They're flash mid.
Flash out.
One chair.
Dude, the ping sucks. Fuck this ping,
Yeah,
dude.
crazy.
Oh! Whoa!
Dude.
One's out on A.
Where?
Planning A.
Everywhere,
Dude, it's crazy.
brother.
I pre-fire and it just doesn't hit, and he fucking like I get behind the wall and I'm just getting hit. And it sucks. What's my ping? It's fucking 50.
Nice try.
Yeah, we're on that 50 plus ping in Seattle.
Yeah. Fiber internet. Yeah, dudes.
Getting auto shotty holding close cat.
Getting an auto
I
shot.
say we
holding
nade
ramp.
stack A. Nade stack A.
Sure.
Just chuck a nade at ramp for good old
yeah.
sake.
I'll smoke apps.
Fucked up the grenade so bad.
Laying down smoke.
I think I got shot, but they're like,
Op there.
Are you right on?
Got the op.
heard
One was
something.
chair.
Connector.
We're coming back to A site.
Yeah, they're like, oh, dude, palace.
Easy,
Let's
easy.
fucking go!
Nice tune to kickflip.
Can I get it by?
Now that's a no.
How do you buy people things like? It says like left control to hold or to. I don't even understand.
All that'll do is like drop it if you click on it, but they can pick it up from the like dropped weapons thing. So basically just drop it. Yeah, it's really weird that.
Todd,
it
you
says...
Todd, you don't have a gun.
Dude, I got. Oh, fuck.
Ramp.
I don't. Oh.
One out, eh?
One heaven.
One palace. Out palace dead. One more ramp.
Tetris.
What?
Where? Where?
Oh,
I got op from cat. Can you grab the op?
Connector.
Can I grab that off you, Choppy? I appreciate it, Choppy.
Hey Michael, can I molly ramp first?
Yeah.
Let's show them who we
Molly
are.
it
I'll
after.
play B. I'll play apartments. I'll molly it.
Ah!
Where?
Ah!
Ramp. But it was a deagle, so they're on eco, I think. One's
They're out,
ramp.
eh? I'm watching ramp if you can watch my pal. Out, eh?
Right?
Laying down smoke. Grenade out.
There's one right there on ping.
Oh, firebox. Firebox.
Dude,
Good job. We beat their deagles.
the deagle shots at our ping.
Does anyone run mid? Like, should I
I'll-
run mid or?
I'll go mid. If one of you want to flash me.
Are they just choosing to try to degwin?
No, that was an eco ramp for them, I think. They
Oh,
lost
okay.
3 in a row.
Move it. Move it.
What?
What?
Can you flash as soon as you can?
I miss it. Like
I'll
just
flash,
by
I'll flash. 3.
Sounds like B.
Alright.
Nice, we got the flash.
Throwing a grenade. Throwing smoke.
Are you smoking?
I don't. Hey,
I'll
smoking. Smoke speed. Smoke speed.
I'm running B.
We haven't seen him yet.
Grenade out.
Watching top mid with op. Actually, I'll go anchor A.
Throwing flashbang.
Yeah.
One's A. He's in jungle.
We're on the way.
Dude, why did we leave?
I know, it's so fucking annoying.
Deploying flashbang.
Op on site.
Throwing smoke.
Ah, he's in jungle with op. You gotta push. No time.
Ooh.
He's
The
under.
ping is
under.
crazy. Last
Ladder
one.
dead.
Hey,
Last
good
on
game,
site,
Mo.
default.
What?
What was that?
Seconds after the game ends. He died. Last on site default. What?
And then it shows us in T spawn before disconnecting.
Dude, I think
we need to take a break from Counter-Strike.
Lots of
Is that what you were gonna say,
many-
Todd?
so many
I
yeah,
just-
basically.
I just wanted to say it first.
games.
Yeah, I think,
So many
dude,
good
especially
games.
dude, I've been playing Rocket League and it's so fun.
It's like more fun than Counter-Strike.
I've been playing a
I
lot of
think-
stuff that's been hitting harder than Counter Strike for me.
It just sucked for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah, I feel like the Faceit experience was good for the first week or so.
I think we just didn't realize. Wait, we're only playing Mirage. They're on their they're on their 2022 shit. I don't know.
I feel like didn't we play like some Vertigo, some Dust 2? Maybe
Yeah, I think we played a little Dust 2 like the week
Anubis.
Dust 2 dropped, and then everyone said, "No,
We're going
Um,
back. Right.
God,
going back."
it's not just the Mirage. Like the Mirage is the least of the problems.
For
Yeah.
me, it's the Mirage and the ping.
The ping is a big one.
I would say the teammates,
It's like Counter-Strike and Valorant and stuff, like they uniquely require a lot of like voice communication. Like even another 5v5 game, you know, like in League of Legends or whatever, it's like you don't need to be on comms at all, or like pings are sufficient or whatever. But
yeah.
Dude, Michael, you should play Rocket League.
All right, I'll give. I don't think I have any plans for tomorrow night, so I don't take it.
I'm gonna be pretty busy for the next like few days, I would guess.
All right, we're taking the Counter-Strike break starting today.
Yeah.
Oh,
Rocket League though. It's been
Rocket
fun.
League though. Yeah. What else? It's like, I don't know. We just got rocked twice.
yeah, yeah. It was definitely a good rocking the boat.
Dude, our teammate that last round was really funny. And in
I haven't
purple,
been as annoyed by our teammates. I think
You think
I'm
I'm
kind of like,
playing
you know, I
self-
think they're just like, you know, I'm kind of doing this. I'm like, I'm gonna assume my teammates are like my friends. I don't know.
But the thing is, like, you know, like annoy. They're annoying and they're like fucking up the game with being.
Yeah,
annoying.
but if you're playing with a friend and they're fucking up the game, you're very like, oh, I'm gonna like.
Yeah, but the goal is to teach them in hopes that they'll get better. Whereas this person you'll never see again.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Todd. I mean, Wahujin once said that you got to treat teammates that are ELO just like zoo animals and be like, wow, it's fascinating that they're behaving like this.
Yeah.
But yeah, it definitely like doesn't help to get like I don't know, really frustrated by them. I can't even remember what was wrong with our teammates the first game. I feel like our teammates the first game were more annoying. Our teammates the second game, just that one was like, I don't know,
He's backseating
just
a lot and just being
backseating a lot, making a bunch of like really weird calls.
Yeah, dude, IGLing when you're alone is like just kind of annoying. That's what he was kind of trying to do. He was just like, all right, let's do this. But he does it in an annoying way. I think part of it's also annoying because they're bad calls.
Yeah, they are bad calls.
Like, let's rush B, please. Cool.
Please. Yeah, that's the please. Like,
Dude.
you fucking imbeciles.
I know. I'm like, oh god.
But like, if he's playing Face, I'm like, you've probably played so much Mirage. Like, when has that ever worked for you?
We
Dude,
could have another Halo era.
What? What did you just say, Kurt?
I'm always down for another Halo era.
What if we check out Halo?
Dude, Halo Infinite was fun as fuck. It's
It
just
was
like,
so fun.
I mean,
It's probably
you can't
fixed.
solve that game. No. It's still just like we don't have enough players. So I don't think you can queue. I think now I'm not even sure if you can queue objective versus Slayer.
Wait. I'm
you
looking
just
for it.
queue.
I'm gonna install it right now.
I think I still have it installed, but you definitely if you're queuing objectives, you're getting
Oh!
oddball. But we can at least play the fucking dude. The custom games look so sick. They look so fun. We can play zombies. We can play fucking cops and robbers or whatever that is or whatever. I don't know. There's tons of them. They have a bunch of like, like Forge is so good. They have like 1 million map remakes. We could, dude. I'm sure just from the custom games lobbies, you could find fucking Capture the Flag on Blood Gulch. On
Blood
like
Gulch. God, Blood Gulch. Capture the flag.
yeah.
Todd.
God. Like old
No, I'm
times.
super down. I'm just like you're not address like, oh yeah, you can find this game. It's like, okay, but like you think you're gonna be able to find other people wanting to play that? No one plays this game.
I think that's false. Actually, I think there's.
Yeah, let's see.
I think the custom game lobbies are going to be populated.
I'm going to see how many people are streaming on Twitch right now.
I'm actually just going to check even just Steam charts, Halo Infinite. The big problem is the controllers are just going to wreck us, but 3K on
Right
Steam.
now there are oh, that's maybe wait, is that live? 2,000 viewers on Twitch is not bad. Live right now.
Yeah.
Oh man, we could watch all girl ranked squad. Heart emoji. It's intended for certain audiences. Alright, I'll start watching.
Dude, there were over 3,000 people playing on just Steam. Probably most people are playing on Xbox, on...
Wait, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
You know how many people are playing Power Rangers? 6. And I found games.
6 of the Power Ranger player bases in this Discord call.
Yeah. The legendary Power Rangers.
Our Halo shit.
Something kind of cool about MOBAs is how, or at least some of them, is like how like disjointed some things are. So like you can, you know, your teammates can totally throw the game, but you still get a good, 15 minutes of laning and winning your lane, or at least, potentially winning your lane. 10, 15 minutes. And even just the mechanics of it are a lot more like fighting game like, which I do enjoy.
I was saying that probably the bugs Halo had when we were playing are probably fixed, right?
Yeah,
because that was the worst part.
I just
Not
realized
the player base is small.
I just realized I've been installing fucking Master Chief Collection. I fucked up.
Oh no.
No.
Yeah, I mean, so Nico is about to be in town for a few days starting tomorrow.
Yeah.
Nico and I have been playing through Halo campaign actually.
Yeah.
This is perfect.
So could maybe just be like, wait, let's play Halo Infinite for a little bit. And I think like low stakes custom games could be just like pretty fun.
Yeah. Which is
Dude,
kind of what I want to do.
I'm looking at Steam charts. Guess the top 3 all-time peak games. Just by peak players at one time.
CS?
CS2 was peaked last May. I guess that was Counter-Strike Global Offensive at the time. That was number 3. There are 2 games that peaked above that.
Counter-Strike Ghost peaked. Oh, because is that when they announced?
Yeah.
I think that's when they announced CS. We basically have been playing CS for a year and we're done. They announced the sequel 1 year ago and we're like, what if we get back into Counter-Strike? And it was fun for 1 year. It was really fun for like 11 months, and 11.5 months, and the last 2 weeks have wrecked it.
PUBG has got to be like number 1.
PUBG's number 1. So Counter-Strike's peak players is 1.8 million. PUBG's peak players 3.2 million. That's crazy. I had no idea that game was so big.
Is Power World up there?
Number 2 is Pal World.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
And I've never even heard of 4. Lost Ark. Y'all heard of that game?
Wait, I'm thinking of Ark Survival Evolved. Is Lost Ark the same?
What is this game?
Related. It's like a Rust sort of fucking.
This looks like an MMO.
Really? I thought it was like a Rust ass like survival.
Lost Ark. It's definitely like giving anime MMO vibes.
Oh.
Yesterday, did you watch Atrioc watch the killer whales?
No, I didn't. I need to. I watched the Marketing Monday though.
Yo, you ever watch Shark Tank, Michael?
Yeah.
There's one called Killer Whales that is like just coming out, and it's like all for like it's just like crypto.
It's
Oh.
like a ripoff of Shark Tank, but everything's crypto.
Oh, it's not they're not pitching Shark Tank. It's
No. Yeah,
it's like Shark Tank but for crypto.
and like the cast is it's so hard to watch while also being like so funny and crazy. It's nuts.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like crypto though.
I thought it'd be really cool and kind of like bleeding edge.
Killer whales.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Whoa. This series definitely like got the green light in like a month before ChatGPT was released. And they were like, fuck, we still gotta make this thing though. Huh?
Ted, what do you think of the language translation thing?
Oh, I thought it was awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was fine, but I was definitely like, wow, like, this is going to, I mean, honestly, as soon as, like, they just had the more expressive talking, I was like, oh, this will be like an amazing way to learn a language. Like,
interesting. Like I feel like more so. I mean, he mentioned like the Duolingo stock going down. So I feel like the need to learn a language or the desire to is going to fall.
I don't think Duolingo stock going down implies that need for or like desire to learn a language will go down. I think it would very well go down if it was also just demonstrating that this is a new, much more effective tool to learn a language. Does that make sense?
So you don't think that the like that like way like tools for effectively having a live translator on demand will not reduce the demand for learning the language raw.
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, that's what I was saying, and I don't know what you're disagreeing with.
Well, I think I was disagreeing with you using Duolingo stock going down as an example, as like, I why would you bring that up? How is it relevant for the Duolingo stock going
down? I guess why do you think Duolingo stock went down?
It could either be that the desire for learning, like people's desire to learn a language is less, and so Duolingo stock would go down, or a better tool to learn language has been created, so Duolingo stock would go down.
So Atrioc presented the Duolingo thing just as a result of the translator, not the learning tools.
Translator. I mean, there was no like learning tools.
No, there were also learning tools. There was like the whole math thing.
Oh.
Wait, so you think the translator would be a good tool for learning a language?
Yeah. I think a chatbot in a language would be a great way to learn a language. But I mean, yeah,
right, but that's not
general,
really what was being demonstrated.
Yeah, but I think, I think you don't just have to take away what is demonstrated. But anyway, I guess like in general, I'm like, yeah, I think that tools will make it so that learning a language is less necessary.
Yeah,
but,
I think that was pretty clearly in my eyes the implication of what why the Duolingo stock went down.
I don't think I could say that.
I can't say that is why the stock went down. It's hard to make those generalizations generally, but I can say that's what was being implied by Atrioc's stream. I think that I'm very confident in.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, I guess I'm like, I think that I was like, oh, this will make learning Spanish more fun. you know, all of the things I would get from learning Spanish would not really, you know, this is not substitutable for that. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, yeah, I know.
um,
Yeah, your whole thing is yeah, it's totally different.
yeah, yeah.
Like it's not really a. It's less about practicality and more about like it's fun.
Yeah, exactly. And like, you know, the latency is not is there I don't really know if any sort of translation is going to like really work as like to fulfill my need, or not my need, but my like what I get out of it, you know.
Yeah, that's because
Because it's like,
your whole use case is just not, you know, it's just different.
yeah. But also I'm kind of like, yeah, I think like, I mean, regardless of what Aatrox was implying, I'm kind of like, yeah, I would like Duolingo stock to go down if there was some tool that was way better for learning language.
Yeah, but I feel like there wasn't really. I don't think that most people saw anything that was there and think that's a good way to learn a language.
I mean, I
Like
did.
that definitely wasn't being demonstrated, right? They weren't saying, and here's how you can like learn language better.
Yeah, okay. So if there was a company right now that did AI dating,
Mm-hmm.
where you get to date someone in AI, and that stock went down.
What stock? What stock?
There's a company. It's called Love.ai, where it's like fall in love with an AI chatbot.
Mm-hmm.
They
Okay, I'm
weren't.
in.
Okay, so do you see where I'm going here? Is like,
I
okay,
don't.
if that stock went down, would you be like, I have no idea why because they didn't demo it? Or would you think that, oh, people probably derived that this is going to be a very powerful way from the demos that there are, people probably derived that there's going to be a way that this love.ai is going to be substituted by GPT 4.0.
Okay, yeah. I was confused by. Okay, so you're saying if the stock went down as a result of these announcements.
Yes.
Right. I mean, that's a lot more straightforward. But like how I would say to most people who aren't actively learning a language right now, like that this is like clearly a
What about shareholders of a language learning application?
yeah, I don't think I think a much bigger impact is the lack of desire to learn a language.
Yeah, I mean maybe.
Like
But
I think
I imagine if you were like, I think there could very well be a shareholder, like large shareholders of Duolingo who are thinking, oh, whether or not the desire to learn language goes up or down, this is going to replace Duolingo. I'm selling. I don't think that's like very crazy or far fetched.
I feel like yeah, I just feel like it like this being like something might do that is like a byproduct of, you know, AI in general, yeah, but like, you know, there was just it's not clear that this does that, like helps you learn a language. I feel like that wasn't really.
I mean, I don't imagine you would think that it would do that, but it was clear to me as someone who's learning a language, and I imagine it could be clear to people learning languages or people with large share stakes in language learning software.
Well, no, I mean if regardless of whether or not you think like again, to be clear, you are not saying this, but like a feature that this might have in the future.
What do you mean a feature? No, I'm saying that. Like
The
if like
translation?
not the translation, the uh like mostly like just the conversation with the person.
Oh, I see. Interesting.
I feel like it's not that interesting.
I've got to head out, but
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just want to say real quickly that according to Steam charts, Master Chief Collection actually has just a tiny bit more players than
What?
Halo Infinite. So maybe we check out Master Chief Collection 2?
No, because it'll all be separated into different lanes.
versions of the game. Okay, well, all right. Well, then we check out Halo Infinite.
Yeah, yeah.
Perfect. I'm uninstalling Counter-Strike.
Wait, really?
No, I mean the thing is that I felt this way yesterday, and then I got that notification from Todd, and I was like, okay, I'm back in. But kind of 2 bad days in a row, kind of.
Yeah. I'm kind of like, I think next time we play should just be Premiere with a 5 stack.
Yeah, I'm gonna get back. Like for a while, I was like, oh, I feel like Premiere and CS2 has just improved the experience of not having a 5 stack, and now I'm kind of like, we kind of need a 5 stack again.
Yeah. So like Uncle Puppy, Bjorlax, the meme, like whatever. I think Premiere with a 5 stack. And if we play against cheaters, we play against cheaters. But that's the only downside is cheaters. If we have a 5 stack.
But if we don't, then
then
we're playing Halo Infinite or Rocket League or
exactly.
God, I don't even know. Maybe Smash. I need to set up my shit or League. I don't know. Okay. Well, let me head out. Talk to y'all later.
Later. Yeah, no, I think that I mean, yeah, I think that I guess I'm like, I understand that the stock went down and that it would go down as a result of this video. I just don't think it's necessarily only because people are like, oh, you're not going to need to learn a language anymore.
I mean, I'll make a stronger statement. I would say it's definitely not only because of any one thing, because that's just always the case. For
Okay, yeah, sure. So I guess what I'm saying is, yeah. I think it could also be that. Like, I imagine, you know, this sort of thinking of like, all right, like the desire to learn a language might go down. You know, if you, I don't know how many people are using Duolingo because they like need to learn a language. I don't.
No, it's a lot of people. It's not a need. It's a lot of people learning a language. They're not trying to do it like well or socially. They're doing it enough to be able to travel where they want to travel and get by. You know, they want to be able to ask for directions and order at a restaurant, and like, you know, they're not trying to like get to a point where they can like socialize with the people at a you know, a very good level. And if they were, I think they'd be aware that Duolingo's not going to get them there. Duolingo already is like, it's kind of well known that it doesn't work very well. It's just kind of gamified.
I don't think they realize that. And that's like,
yeah.
I mean,
but still,
it's been crazy how many people are like, "Oh, you doing Duolingo?" And I'm like, "No, I'm not."
Yeah, but I think you understand that, like, you know, most people when they're learning a language, they're trying to learn it enough to get by. I think.
I don't know if I don't think understands the right word. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know. Like, I feel like I just don't know that. Like, you're making a strong statement there.
I don't think it's too strong. Like, it's like, if, you know, anybody who's like in their 30s starting it from zero at a language. They're taking language 101. I'm like, I mean, what's their motivation? I honestly, I mean, maybe, yeah, I mean, maybe a good number of them are doing it because, like, you know, they're marrying someone where it's important or something like that. And so, yeah, they're going to try to get to a point where they can, but I think it's, most of them are going to fail, and they just kind of have more aspiration than they do, like, drive. But a lot of people are just aware of the fact that it's like, I'm taking it, you know, I want to go to Italy, so I'm going to learn some Italian.
Yeah, I know, yeah, I feel like, yeah, I mostly agree. I just think you saying you understand that most people do that. So I'm like, well, I just don't know that it's most.
A lot of people.
Sure. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, and so that entire selection of people, which we agree is a lot, has no use for Duolingo anymore. if their needs could just be met by not doing that.
I mean, I get where you're coming from. I just like I think a lot of these people, it's tricky because it's like you're saying most of these people, I guess some of their needs will not be met or will be met with this, but I think we're maybe oversimplifying their needs. I think these people can be very like, oh, I want to connect with the culture and all that.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, but I think they're ridiculous for thinking that they're gonna, and you know, it's whether or not they're ridiculous. But I have more. I think there's like still just such a good number of people who are more realistic about it. Or even if they're not, it won't take that long for them to be like, yeah, okay, I didn't do that, so now I can just use this tool, you know.
Yeah.
Like
I
they're
guess I'm
going to
like,
face that
I'm
reality
like,
pretty
who, like, give
fast.
me an example of a person who's traveling and to where. The thing is, I think, are we talking about English speakers? Because
I mean,
they
even
don't really have to do this hardly anywhere.
if we
You
just
know?
take Sammy, no, I mean Sammy went to like Italy, and it's like having a guide who's like a translator is like extremely helpful. Um, and uh, yeah, but it's people a lot of I think a good number of people who travel aren't traveling to only like they're traveling to more places than they could even possibly try to learn languages.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Um, so when if they are trying to, it's going to be just like elementary stuff.
Yeah. I don't.
Not as many people are doing it for love of the game.
Yeah, I don't know if I really agree with your picture here of reality.
Hmm. Do you think more people are doing it for love of the game?
Or for reasons other than I just need the functional utility of this language while I'm going somewhere.
Hmm.
Like, and I feel like you're kind of saying most people, this is what it is, and it is now substitutable by this thing. And I'm like, I don't, I think you're pretty off here.
I think an enormous. I think there are like swaths of people where that's the case. Because the thing is, like, it takes somebody who's like has so little investment to be one of those cases. Whereas somebody who is like, oh, I genuinely want to learn this language is like, that's a big investment. And I think
Well,
fewer
I know,
people.
but I think there are people with minimal investment, but they get things other than functional utility. And that those things that they get is not substitutable by GPT-4o. So like, oh, when I go there, I want to be able to like I think I think there are plenty of people who you are describing who if they had GPT-4o would still be making a minimal effort to learn the language.
Yeah, and well, I would agree, but I would ask why you think that is.
And I would say that it's because I don't believe that their reasons for learning the language are solely or even, are 90% just to get by while traveling. I think a lot of stuff, I think a big motivation for why they are kind of learning the language are more similar to why they're traveling to the place in the first place, like to connect with the culture, et cetera, et cetera.
Hmm.
I'm not like this, but that's my read on these people.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree that there are people who do that. I think that the number of people who are who just need language as a utility is pretty high.
I mean, are these people who need travel as a utility too?
They would all be included, but not, it not limited just to them. But like
Wait,
plenty of
I'll be right
people.
back. I like have to take something out to the compost. It's
Okay,
really
I'll be back
annoying.
too.
I'm back whenever you are. Yo, what up? Yeah. Honestly, like the next day, I felt like great. I was like, whoa, I don't know what the fuck was up. Yeah, maybe it was. It was crazy. It could be the Huel. It could be the Huel. I gotta switch. I gotta switch back to Soylent. Anyway, what are you up to? Okay, sick. Oh, we did? Did we say that? Yeah. Oh, we said we were gonna do that. I see. Hang mode. Okay, so what am I doing? Let me think. I am going to a bachelor party tonight. And I actually have a few things I've got to do for the next like few hours until then. So I actually might not really be able to hang today, but the rest of the week I have an out of town friend staying with me, but we should generally be down to party, I think. So, yeah. Yeah, busy today, but I think the rest looking like kind of clear. So we'll figure it out. All right. Talk to you soon. Bye. Kurt, you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think like it's interesting. I think we like probably have a lot of similar feelings. I think it's just like our numbers are different. Like I think like I think maybe something that would like like really boil it down would be like, okay, like with if GPT-4 were readily accessible starting now, let's say GPT-4o, right? Readily accessible starting now. And yesterday it wasn't accessible. So let's say starting now it is accessible. Starting yesterday it wasn't accessible. There's a certain number of people that were learning a language yesterday. Let's say 1 year from now, what do we think the delta will be? How many people 1 year from now are going to be learning language, and how much less is it than yesterday, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like based on what you're saying, you expect that delta to be pretty big.
Maybe this is a clearer way to put it. If the AI announcements were just the language translator and not the emotive chatbot or anything else, I think Duolingo's stock would have still taken a tremendous hit.
Okay.
And I think that Atrioc also thinks that. I think the way that it was presented, that is the implication of why that
Sure.
happened.
Yeah.
And I guess that's all I was saying.
Okay. Um. Yeah. I mean.
So I think it's not only my impression and I believe Atrioc's impression, but the impression of shareholders of Duolingo as well.
Yeah. And I guess like. Um. Let me think. I mean, yeah, I guess if Google were like, hey, we just made this language learning software. And let's say this language learning software is just language learning software,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's not like it reduces the need to learn language. And they came out with a video and they said, look at this, right? It's language learning software. I would imagine Duolingo stock would go down.
Yeah. I mean, a direct competitor is also
Yeah,
reason for
yeah,
the stock to go down. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. So I mean, yeah. I guess. Um. Uh. I mean, sure. This okay. It's not. Uh, so I think that there were other things that I think were generally more interesting to like talk about just in regards to like because yeah this is not surprising and yeah I imagine I mean
I didn't feel like anything was presented as a competitor to Duolingo or substitutable or even a means of learning language. And I get that you're saying that like yeah, maybe a lot of people were just inferring that, but that wasn't the
no
impression
no
I got.
no yeah well I guess I was mainly saying like because I wish I knew what you had said uh you know, it's kind of like this thing removes the need for a ton. Like, I guess a lot of the things you're saying, I just think are like really incorrect representations of reality in terms of.
Hmm.
So yeah, I agree that people see a, you know, this thing and sell their Duolingo stock, and probably it's a result of, oh, they're like, oh, people are gonna want to learn language less. All right, okay, cool. I assume people believe that. But that I think a lot of the things you're saying, I think are pretty like, I guess you know, hearing you say it, I'm like, oh, I don't think that's the case at all.
Hmm.
You know, like a lot of the things you were saying was like, or it felt I if I remember correctly, I think a phrase you said was like, this removes the need for a lot of people, or like kind of like the majority
Hmm.
of the people who are learning language are doing it for utility, and this completely is substitutable for that or something, right?
Yeah, a lot of them. Yeah.
Yeah. And so this is where I'm like, oh, I think you actually have like an incorrect read on reality.
I don't think that I do, and I think I can kind of demonstrate that more or less, or try to. So like where I'm partially coming from is okay. So we certainly agree that a lot. I might even just say most. I might even like it doesn't seem bold for me to
You
say
said most.
most.
You said most. Yeah.
This is different. This is a different statement.
Oh, okay.
I think it would not be bold to say that most people traveling are not bothering to learn the language at all.
Probably. Yeah.
I think that is pretty safe to say.
Yeah.
Okay, so then I would think that, then there are people who will learn.
Wait. So are we saying like traveling in general or traveling for? I mean, I probably agree with both, but just for, you know, are we saying like vacationing type?
Um, yeah, I guess.
Or it's like, oh, like my aunt is dying and I'm going to go travel to, you know, Mexico or something, you know, like I don't
Or I guess, yeah, maybe we should
leisure
back
travel.
up. Maybe we should back up and not even just start with traveling, because uh, let's see. Do we think a lot of people who would be using Duolingo would also plan to travel to a place where they could speak
Yeah,
that language?
probably, yeah.
Okay. Um, and then I feel like it would. Hmm. It's I guess if you think of it in like tiers, where like tier one is you're not going to learn the language at all. Tier two is you're going to learn a little bit of the language for sake of your traveling. Tier three you're going to learn a bit more to more than just get by, but like be able to maybe have a conversation or something like that. Tier
Yeah.
three is you're
Probably many are in tier one.
yeah. I would imagine it's a pretty. I would imagine it's kind of like an upside down pyramid.
Yeah.
And so that's what gets me to the point of like uh the people closest to the top are the one are the ones that are most uh, likely to be using Duolingo. And so that makes me think that the user base is largely the kinds of people who are where it is substitutable. Like the
Or well,
top of the
okay, yeah.
pyramid
So
is
I mean,
both.
the thing is when you were explaining it is like, you know, because you're kind of explaining this idea of like people who use it to get by. And I really view my read on people using like it's not really to get by most of the time. I think it's to enhance their travel experience, but not like to get by. I
To
think
to
that,
me
like
to me it's the most of the time that is like I'm like I think there are just enormous numbers of people who, you know, it just is like a such a uh right, it's like how most gamers are casuals. You know,
mhm,
like
mhm.
uh yeah, it feels like that.
Yeah, yeah, and I think I mean most of these people do not already are not using Duolingo because you don't have to. Because you don't have to you learn a language to get by. That's the point I'm
But I think
making.
most of the people using Duolingo will be casuals.
Yes.
And so, you know, we're not so like if we just forget about the people who aren't using Duolingo, just most of the ones who are, like even though there are tons more who don't use it at all.
Forget about the people who aren't using. Okay, yeah, just the
Because
ones who
you were just
are.
saying all the, you know, there are so many of these people who don't need to use Duolingo, and I'm saying, well, that's kind of irrelevant. There's so many of these people who do, and just so long as there are
What
a
do you
lot
mean?
of them who do.
Wait, who do use Duolingo in general, or Duolingo to get by?
Yeah, well, yeah, you were saying.
Okay,
Uh,
here's kind of a way I'm looking at it.
mm-hmm,
You're an English-speaking person.
mm-hmm.
You like what is the profile of an English-speaking person who downloads Duolingo? And to me, I'm like, most of these people are not like, yeah, I'm doing this to get by, like functionally when I'm in my target country. That's just not why they're downloading the app and using it.
Mm. So do you disagree? Do you think that it is not primarily the translation tool that is like the main part of the story of the stock falling? Do you think if it was only an announcement about, do you think that Atrioc basically misrepresented the way that this stock was?
I mean, I'm not really even. I feel like I'm not super interested in that anymore. I feel like we already kind of. I agreed that like, okay, yeah, I get that the stock would go down if people believed that people would no longer be using Duolingo, right?
So are you saying you disagree with me, the shareholders, Atrioc, etc., in that assessment?
Um. Uh. What I'm saying are, I mean, not that much. I guess like this, you know, the stock didn't go down a ton, I don't think. And I mean, I guess the phrases and I mean, I wish. I agree that I believe that. eh, Sorry, and it's really hard because I think fewer people would use Duolingo, but not just because of the translating part, right? Not just because of the translating demo.
Right.
So are you asking me if there were a video that were just the translating tool, and in that case, the Duolingo stock fell, would I be disagreeing with them?
Well, no, I think I already asked you. Do you agree that the stock would go down if it were just the translation part.
Okay,
I
okay,
think we already covered that.
yeah. Yeah, I would expect the stock to go down.
Yeah.
Almost, I mean, it's almost like if any sort of language software from a big thing, whether it's language learning software, language translating software, etc., I think Duolingo stock would go down.
Yeah, and I would argue the bulk of it going down was that, and not the implied
Sure, I'm not super
chatbots in
interested.
general.
Okay, yeah, I'm not super interested in the stock thing. That's why I was trying to. I'm trying to identify the things that
Right, but I'm interested in the
reality.
stock thing only insofar as it is a representation of how many people you're disagreeing with. I would argue that you are going against the grain here. And I'm using that as a demonstration of it.
So I'm going against the grain by I no, I think that I mean I I would certainly be selling my Duolingo stock honestly a long time ago as a result of ChatGPT, right? Like I've been like very like, oh, ChatGPT makes it so that you do not need language learning software. Like this is just a better tool. And now, yesterday, it's like very explicit. I think it's much more explicit that to learn a language, this would be a better tool. Uh, wait, so you're saying I'm going against the grain by believing what?
Because you were saying that because I thought we were in agreement that the bulk of the stock going down is that there is the translator tool. And so the perception of a lot of people is that the value of Duolingo to a lot of users would stop using it because they can just not learn the language at all.
Yeah, I think that. Okay, so let's step away from the stock for a second, just because I think it makes it pretty complicated.
Okay.
And so this is what I was trying to do earlier is let's look at like how many people, like, let's say the announcement is made today. How many people are learning a language yesterday
Mm-hmm.
versus how many people will be learning a language 1 year from now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. So this is learning a language. This isn't with particular software, like
Yeah.
whatever. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what do you believe that delta will be? And I believe that we will probably have different numbers. Like I would guess based on some of the claims you were making.
Right, based on whether we're saying whether or not it goes up or down at all. First off,
Well,
like
I mean,
I would
presumably it's going to go down.
Okay, so we agree on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But as for how much it goes down, I imagine that this is and I don't want to talk about this Duolingo stock because there's so many, it's like, well, maybe like this is like feels more pure. Like what is the number of people learning a language yesterday or the day before this announcement versus a year after the announcement? What is the number of people learning a language?
Mm-hmm.
How big is that drop going to be? I don't expect it to be very big. That's for a number of reasons. One, I don't think there's anything very mind-blowing about that. I'm like, wait, wasn't it like 12 years ago that I had Google Translate on my phone and I talk into it and then it says stuff in Japanese and then it's just not like I imagine the delta for like the how many people are speaking a language, the delta, or how many people are learning a language,
Mm-hmm.
the delta between before Google Translate and after Google Translate is going to be bigger than the delta from now until a year from now.
Yeah.
Because before and after Google Translate, because honestly, because this isn't that different than Google Translate.
Yeah, and I don't think it is. Or even I don't even think it's that significant of a milestone in and of itself. I think
Yeah,
it is indicative though of where it could go. And I think it could end up like potentially much more like useful and or commonplace and or like there's still like a bit of a like it's a little weird to have like a phone as like a versus like a translator human is like a lot more natural and
yeah.
people would prefer to have the human always at
I
the
guess
moment.
what is this very indicative of? Or like I don't know. Yeah, I guess how is Google Translate not already indicating some of this?
Because it doesn't use AI. It doesn't seem like it's going to get a ton better.
I see. I
Um,
see.
yeah. Whereas this, it's like the end game for this could potentially be like, you know, something something potentially better than a human translator, and it'd be like commonplace to use, so there wouldn't be a stigma against it anymore either.
Yeah. I mean, certainly if I had stock in a human translator company, I'd be selling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we don't disagree there. And so maybe there aren't very big disagreements that we have in terms of like reality, but it seemed like there were, because some of the things you were saying is like, you know, many, or it felt like you were saying these statements that I was like, whoa, that I think Kurt's just wrong here. I think Kurt's just read like, oh yeah, most of the people aren't even going to use Duolingo anymore because they have no need to learn the language. I think it's like so like, whoa, you are missing like why I believe most people are on this app.
Mm.
I'm not on the app, but I think you are missing why most people are on the app.
Yeah. I don't know. I like yeah, Duolingo. It's possible, but I feel like it's people who generally want to put low effort into uh a gamification kind of app that suggests that they'll understand a language, but um
Yeah, so if nothing you just said is substitutable by ChatGPT 4.0.
well, I mean, it kind of could be. It depends on what their motivation is for doing that. And I think the fact that it's a low language app that doesn't have a very good record of like being effective is like but I mean, yeah, it very well could be that a bunch of the user base is just kind of unaware of they're just kind of wrong about
I mean,
that.
not even it could like if you were to say I'm pretty sure that's what it is, I would say okay, we have a similar view of the world. I think most
Yeah.
people who use Duolingo, it gives them they are not like this is a really ineffective tool. Even
Yeah.
though
Okay.
I believe the reality of the situation is it's a deeply ineffective tool. I wouldn't touch it.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's been kind of demonstrated, but yeah, that
Yeah.
a lot of people are unaware of that is.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think they're unaware.
I'm wondering how much of it is like the motivation of just being able to feel like you're doing something productive when you're not really, and you get to say that you're learning a language.
Yeah, I would almost say people who are doing it, people who are learning a language for utility,
Mm-hmm.
the utility you are describing, are actually, I think, less likely to be using Duolingo because they're the ones who actually need to use it for some utility. And thus,
I
I
see.
think more likely to be the ones to identify that Duolingo does not work.
Well, they don't need to a lot of the time. They just
Okay,
want
yeah.
to.
Yeah. Yeah. I
And
mean, I guess, we haven't said any numbers, but in terms of like
Yeah.
the delta, if yesterday was 100% of people, like we're at 100, I think a year from now, as a result of ChatGPT, the
Mhm.
number might go down to like 95 or 90.
Yeah.
I
What?
think perhaps there will be 5% fewer people a year from now learning a language.
Mm. What do you think of this? Is tangentially related, but like if you could just like I don't know, make everybody speak the same language, would that be better? Just like in the world.
I think it could be cool for a lot of reasons.
Yeah. I guess what would be the reason against that?
Are we, are, uh,
Like why would you not want
yeah,
everybody to
yeah.
speak the same language?
Yeah. I think like maybe there could be an argument made for like, so like I guess like the language that you use I think can kind of sway people to like think a certain type of way. Um so like I mean I think one example is like, oh, there's like this language has like a different name for 4 different colors of blue. Whereas like
Mm.
this, and so like blue is a much more. I mean, I've never taken like a linguistics course, but I think there's kind of this idea of like how like the language you learn kind of helps form the way you think about the world around you.
Mhm.
And so I suppose an argument for not just using one would be, all right, well, like, perhaps diversity in thought can be advantageous for like solving problems or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that I could see that argument being made. Is that something that you think is like
No, I
valuable
wouldn't
enough?
necessarily. I mean, I
Yeah.
guess I wouldn't. To the I don't know if I did this explicitly, but to the question like, should everyone speak the same language? I would just not. I'd be like, I don't know. I don't have a dog in this race. I don't know. It it,
Okay,
it
if
just
you
it seems like a hard question to confidently have like a result on.
if you have a you have to, you can either pull a switch or not to make all the languages the
Exactly.
same.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you
Yeah.
not
Or
do it?
oh, um, I feel like I do it.
Yeah. I think that's kind of what I was getting at, or at least that
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
would do that. And I feel like
I feel like I do it. Yeah. Yeah.
it's pretty like that to me doesn't feel like a very difficult thing to be able to confidently say like that seems like a better thing to do. Like the advantages of more language or even just more than one language don't seem uh or at least more than one language that's like or not of just having everybody speak one language primarily. They could still secondarily um, learn
I mean, what
some.
about like pull a lever to say everyone speaks every language?
That's pretty clear, assuming that it's not like
Yeah.
assuming
Yeah.
it's being done by magic and not by like now we have to teach
Yeah.
every language in school and
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
a
Yeah.
great
Yeah.
amount of effort goes to yeah.
I mean,
But
so
even
I guess like it's for me, it's literally just like, all right, there are pros and cons to this thing,
mhm.
and I just yeah, we're in a gun to my head scenario now or whatever, but I
Yeah,
guess
I mean there are
I'm
pros and
like if
cons to
I
the trolley problem, but it's you still pull it.
yeah. I just I don't like those are very easy to reason about because it's so like contrived. Whereas what are the cons to everyone learning the same language is just something that's like, well, I have to think about that and I have like very little knowledge or expertise on this. Whereas
Yeah,
like what are the cons to one person dying instead of 5 are very it's trivial to, right? Like coming up with the list of pros and cons here is just harder. And so, yeah,
Yeah.
in a gun to my head scenario, I pull the thing, but I'm not quick to draw a line in the sand here
Mm-hmm.
because it's complex.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like I might be missing a lot of the complexities then, because I feel like removing language barriers is like a very strong thing to have, and I feel like other things I
Yeah,
could
yeah,
think of are
I
pretty weak.
agree.
Yeah.
Well, I agree. Those things are, it's like, but it's also just like like I'm not. I just have like such little knowledge, or I'm
Yeah,
like, how
yeah,
do I
yeah.
know I've
There could just
done
be a bunch that I have not considered. Yeah, no, it's
exactly? Yeah, yeah.
yeah. It's not something. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, yeah. But like you could pretty well say like I don't know of many good reasons not to. Like I'm
Or
not
like
super educated on the
I
topic,
or
but I can think of some
I
good
mean, I guess
reasons.
what I would say is what I've said, which is like, yeah, gun to my head, I probably pull the lever because it seems like the pros outweigh the cons. But I think I could come up with some cons, and probably someone else could come up with a lot of like really impactful, insightful cons that I like just would not come up with.
Mm.
That said, my intuition says I'm pulling the lever,
Yeah, yeah,
because the cons of everyone not speaking the same language are very,
yeah,
very big.
yeah.
But yeah, so I don't know. Anyway, I think that like, yeah, some of the, I don't know. Do you think that you've changed like your view of reality? You are like reconsidering some things, or in with regards to why people learn language, or I guess not why people learn language, the number of people who are learning language for the utility of it, like that is the majority of their intention, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of.
I guess at the beginning it really sounded like you were kind of like, damn, no one's gonna be learning language anymore, and I was like, what are you talking about? And I know you didn't say that, but like the
I
things
think
you're saying, I was
I think I do think more so than you that like language learning will become less popular than, but not like because of just this, because of future technologies. And this is something I thought, even before you started learning Spanish, is I'm like, I just imagine like a lot of people see language barriers as a barrier and not as a fun barrier to overcome. It's like an annoyance.
the language barriers as what? Hello? You cut out. Wait, Kurt, you're cutting out a bunch.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
am
Yeah, yeah. Are you like close to your computer?
I? I'm right next to it.
Oh, interesting. You said okay, yeah, yeah. So basically, and this is, I'm trying to find out where we're gonna disagree here too, because it's like, you really think I'm like, I wonder what you think I'm going to disagree with. I didn't hear you for the past like 30 seconds, but I'm like, I wonder what you think I'm gonna disagree with. With regards to like the lack of necessity to learn language being a thing in the future. I'm like, you don't think I think AI is gonna make this? I wonder what you think I think. Um,
Yeah.
I'm like, do you think I'm like, no, AI'll? I mean, I think, yeah. I wonder what you think I think. What do you, wait? What? So what? Yeah. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that you okay. I think the main thing we disagree with is that I think you undersell uh how many people like aren't learning languages for the like I want to understand what my anime says, or I want to understand, my like maybe. I mean,
Wait, well,
I'm like, and I could just be wrong about this, but I'm under the impression that like a lot of people are just like learning language to overcome a barrier, and it's like an annoyance, and it's not, you know, they aren't really
yeah,
like.
yeah. This is where I think our okay, cool. I mean, yeah, this is where I think there is like a difference um in beliefs of the state of the world.
Yeah, yeah.
And I don't think it's Todd doesn't think AI is shit or anything or like really like I think this is where there is I believe a difference. Um
Yeah,
and
I mean, I don't think I said anything like that.
yeah. But I mean kind of what you're saying is what I felt like I was really trying to get at a while ago, which is like yeah, I think that the delta of people like a lot of these people who are learning for utility, I think were weeded out long ago by Google Translate.
I see.
Like, oh, like I mean,
I
yeah, and
I
and
think the
I
friction of Google Translate keeps quite a few around, but I could just be wrong about that.
and the friction of Google Translate. So, I mean, I would say that yeah, if there was like a thing I could put in my, an implant into my ear to make
Mm,
it so that when someone is speaking, you know, Spanish, uh,
you just hear English.
I just hear English and it's in a way that very confidently like, reflects the
Yeah.
actual sentiment and somehow is, it's a magic device with impossibly low latency,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Because like not technical reasons why, but like,
hmm
it's like
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm kind of like this latency will always exist because a language can be such that you say a sentence
Right.
and
I
then at
know.
the
Yeah.
very yeah, exactly. So I guess so I guess what I'm saying is the perfect
Yeah.
translation tool still has this limitation of
Right.
this latency, right? So I
Yeah.
guess
Yeah.
I believe that so we are currently in a state of language translation tools that exist, right?
So okay, let's say the magic one exists and there's no latency. Do you think that
Oh, wait.
significantly?
Hold up. You said the magic one exists and what?
There's no latency. Do you
Well,
think
I
do you think that significantly moves the needle on the number of people learning language?
uh and assuming it's like everyone has it
Um, let's say it
so
could
that
also
like
translate your speech.
okay, yeah, I think so. I think that significantly moves the needle. Yes,
Okay. But
in a
you
big way.
think okay, so you think that so then do you think that nothing that we can ever achieve would significantly move the needle? Because the latency will
I
always be
believe that nothing. So I guess I guess that's not what I'm saying.
mhm,
But I guess I'm like I think the needle has been moved a lot in the past 15 years, let's say.
mhm,
And um I think that something like in the demo yesterday, or even having a, I think having a translator there that having the world's best human translator, let's say.
Yeah.
Still, like, and if let's say you're just like kind of, I think a tool that we like, if we have AGI, then we have this. We have the world's best human translator. We're still hypothetical.
I'd argue that you can get better than a human translator.
Or, oh, yes. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. But, yeah, because it's AGI and you can go a billion times faster. But anyway, if we achieve AGI, you have by far better than the best human translator. I think that still people are going to be learning language.
Yeah.
Because just having a translator is just different. And like then listening and speaking the language in terms of how the communication feels, etc. So
yeah, and a lot of people are doing it, like you were saying, for reasons other than
exactly
communication.
And so I believe that like the delta from 50 years ago to now is actually much greater to now than 50 years from now. Because 50 years ago,
yeah, you just had
it was you have a book in your hand and you just have to learn it or whatever, right? Now, 15 or now you have Google Translate. That's a huge delta, right?
Yeah.
And if we go from Google Translate to a translator unlike any we've ever seen,
yeah,
I think that delta is smaller than book to Google Translate. And I don't know what that delta is. I don't know how many people were learning language 50 years ago versus how many people are learning language now.
Yeah.
But I think that, yeah. I think that if everyone had the perfect AGI translator in their pocket, I still think tons of people learn language.
I don't really think like I don't know that I think how many people stopped learning language because of Google Translate really matters all that much. I think it's how many people would stop learning language. To answer the question, how many people remaining will stop learning language if there's some much better tool.
Yeah, exactly.
And
if everyone had like the perfect translator in their pocket.
Right. And I guess that's like the main thing I've thought is like I think like I predict that there will be an AI translator that moves the needle pretty significantly. Not necessarily all at once, but from today to some number of years from now.
Okay, so
I think
I
there'll be
mean,
a pretty significant amount fewer people learning language as a result of this. That's what I think.
Yeah. And I'm kind of like, I don't necessarily. I think, yeah, I think fewer people will learn language, but I don't think it would be very great. And certainly like the sentiment I was picking up, which maybe I was, the sentiment I was picking up from what you were saying, I was very like, oh, I think your delta would be off. I think your projection of the future here is wrong. And I think that's mostly a function of who learns languages and why. And I think that
there could also be a factor of like, learning a language, like a good amount. I would say most people learning a like who would respond to a survey, are you learning a language, with yes, aren't going to learn that language to like any reasonable capacity. Like their ability to do anything with it will still be nearly zero.
Yeah. as with lots of non-language things. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah. I'm just trying to think of a like.
Oh, just like,
Are there a lot of?
you know, I go out skating with Monica and she's like, I've been skating for 3 years. And it's like, wow, it looks like you've been skating for 3 days.
Yeah, but like that's not to say you can't. I actually I think I might disagree. I think a lot of non-language things like there isn't such a high barrier to entry for it to be like really functional or useful at all. Like I think
Oh,
you
I see.
you can say you can say you're skateboarding even if you've been skateboarding for a day. Like you've overcome the hurdle of skateboarding. Whereas like you can't really say you're speaking a language if you're just like saying hi, my name is Kurt. I mean, I guess you can, but that's not like what people are trying to accomplish. It's like,
Yeah, yeah. I mean, well, yeah, I don't know. I guess like I don't know, like playing piano or playing guitar, playing like I feel like there's a lot of things that people learn how to do that I mean, I guess they can kind of do at first, but take a while.
it's
And
the thing. I feel like those are also good examples of like I think a lot of people learn how to play a song or a chorus on those things, and like that's really what the barrier to entry is to have successfully like used the thing. Whereas like with language speaking, it's like to have successfully learned enough to have accomplished like any goal of yours is like I think a lot of people are just not
not really.
hitting it.
I don't know. I think a lot of people can say a couple things in a language. They fall
Yeah.
off,
Yeah, but I
which
think
to
I
me
think
feels pretty similar to playing a riff or a little song or whatever. Right?
I don't know. To me it doesn't. To me it feels like you want to be able to communicate something, and whereas like with piano it's like it
My
might.
name is Kurt. I don't speak German or something. I don't speak Spanish.
Yeah, but that's not usually the goal people have when they're learning it, is like that phrase alone. And that's all they got. Um, and with like
Yeah, yeah.
piano, it's like they're very open to the possibility. I think a lot more that like they might not get very far with this, but you know,
I don't know. I don't know. And there are a lot of people who are like, I'm gonna learn piano. And they're not like, I want to learn one song on piano and then never touch that shit again. And that's what it looks like a large percentage of the time.
yeah, yeah.
Like they're pretty similar here.
Still feels pretty different to me.
Anyway, I guess I'm like, there's no way we could know this, but I guess I would think like, okay, like ignoring Duolingo stock or economics, it's like it like if uh yeah, I just think that like the reasons you believe people are, I guess some of the things you said, like kind of when Michael was in the call, I was like, oh yeah, like I feel like you were implying that like learning language now is useless. Or like many, like what you were implying, it would naturally follow that like very soon many more people will not be learning language, and that felt very off to me, like in like a bad read.
I think okay, so I think not just I think even since before you started learning Spanish and even while
Mhm.
you have been, I think I've always thought that uh, for most people, the overhead of learning a language is not worth what they will get out of it,
Yeah.
and they don't accurately assess that. So like they go ahead with trying to learn the language anyway and they don't get anywhere. And then um like the number of people who will success what about this? Do you think the number of people who will successfully learn a language might go down? And by learn a language, I guess yeah, I guess that's kind of broad by itself. But basically I think a lot of people just run into the reality that you described with piano where they learn a song and stop.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people who are willing to persevere through it will just run into where today they would still, later they might be like, okay, this is actually just too much work for something that like I can get 80% of what I want with this app and it
I
takes
think
0
that
work.
if something like this happened, the number of proficient bilingual people would go down. Yes. And probably, I think honestly I've been thinking about this a lot but I don't know how many people are using Duolingo to learn English or something, right? I think
Yeah.
actually like mostly what I've been considering is people in the States learning a language. Not people outside of English speaking countries learning English. I haven't really been thinking about that. And that is probably the majority of language learning on the country or in the world. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Are we considering that
I
at
mean,
all?
I I was not explicitly thinking about that, but I was just thinking like the majority of, maybe not the majority, but a good amount of language learning, I think generally is, or at least it seems like more than you were giving credit to, is like practical.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, yeah, I completely agree with that in the sense that I mean, but then I disagree with some other things that you're saying. Like, most people just start learning it, don't get anywhere and stop. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, so many people know English and it's not their native language. I think if we're including those people, then that read is way off.
Well, I'm saying that uh well, for one, I was saying like in the future, if there was something that were like much more substitutable. I mean, honestly, I feel
Okay,
like that read. I
real
feel like that read isn't way off even. I feel like a lot of people unsuccessfully learn English too.
maybe,
Like
yeah,
a
but you were
ton.
saying like okay, English
Maybe
is
even
like I think the
majority.
third most common. English is the third most common native language in the world, and by far the most common spoken language in the world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're including people who are like, raised in bilingual households, but I kind of wasn't.
Well, I'm talking about people who learned English. I like I mean if you're raised in a bilingual household, then isn't English your native language?
I actually don't know. Like, if you're raised in a bilingual
What are you
household,
trying to
are
exclude
both of
here?
your, uh, I mean, like, if it just basically like, um, I was always thinking, I was thinking of languages where like you would use an app or a tool to learn it, other than just like your peers.
Okay, so cool. So this okay. People using apps to learn language, but we're including people who are learning English. So I don't know. Yeah, I guess in the United States, or I guess I'll say if we're mainly talking about native English speakers, which is what I had been thinking, right? Because obviously, if you don't speak the most commonly, not obviously, but I think, yeah, if you don't speak the most commonly spoken language in the world, there is a lot of utility to knowing that language. And so I think a lot of people do learn language for utility in the sense that, I don't know how many people are using Duolingo to learn English, or, you know, uh, I don't know, but in terms of the amount of people learning language, um, well, I don't know. I feel like so many. I feel like it's if we're including like people who are learning English, or like, I don't know. It's like I've been to so many places where so many people seem to have okay English. Like we can communicate a
Mhm.
little bit. And I'm like, those people I don't view as, yeah, they just tried this, learned how to say this is my name and stopped or whatever, like it's like I think a lot of people get decent at English. Like on the order of billions of people. That's why English is the most commonly spoken language. And not even not even one or two common native language. How many people in Mexico could you have an English somewhat, utility conversation with? Probably a lot. Probably in many countries in the world.
Yes.
So so what I'm saying is I don't know. I think I disagree with your statement of a lot of people who learn language just like fall off. But if we restrict the domain to native English speakers learning language, then I completely agree with it. And that's kind of like where my headspace was at for the entire conversation.
Do we know like how a lot of these people learn English?
I guess a lot of them in school or like
Yeah.
whatever.
I mean, I feel like
Maybe through some software at school or something like that, right?
yeah, I mean generally, yeah, school seems like a very very common one.
Like how did any of our coworkers learn English, right?
And so like
Julia or now or
yeah, yeah. Um yeah, school is definitely a very common one. And I'm wondering if like that should because like then did they I mean, can we really say that they chose to learn that language? That they chose to learn English? Because if we're describing the scenario of you're deciding to learn a language and then you do a little bit and fall off, then I would say these people should be excluded because they didn't choose to do it. It was just kind of imposed on them.
Sure. I mean, I just when you were talking about oh, like Sammy gets like an interpreter, or, all I thought, can we not just say we're talking about? I mean, maybe you weren't, and yeah, this was a huge. I guess let's if we're talking about native English speakers learning language, um,
I feel like what I was saying was not exclusive to the domain of English speakers.
okay. Where what you were saying? Could you repeat the phrase?
What I was saying was not.
No. Like here, wait. Actually, I need to.
I mean, I'm in the whole conversation. I feel like just about everything I was saying in the conversation was not exclusive to English speakers.
So I guess a lot of people play piano. They learn a song and they never pick that shit up again, or maybe they don't even learn the song.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people do that with language, but so many people do it successfully. Like when it's how many people successfully learned piano? I'm like, well, a lot of people started to learn piano, but certainly not a billion people are piano players, and
Well, they say they
that's probably what we're
want to learn
talking
piano.
about with English.
Like the thing is, I think like because when we're talking about this, we're not talking about people who are made to play piano by their parents, are we? I would argue we're not. And that's why I would say it's the same thing with people who are made to learn English in school. Like that's not what we're talking about.
Yeah. Okay. So we're talking about
People are like
yeah.
choosing to, and I think it's really common, yeah, for both these things. Yeah, I think what I was saying, like everything I was saying throughout the conversation was not.
I don't know how you have into it much about this. I'm like, I don't know what the profile of a non-English speaker who's like, I want to learn some English, but didn't learn it in school, but I'm just gonna learn it anyway. And what their likelihood is of successfully doing that, I have no intuition around this.
I do, just because I
Yeah.
have intuition around generally a person wanting to learn anything really, but like most people, they massively underestimate how much it much work it is to do it, and
I'm like,
they
how
don't
many
succeed.
people are we
But
talking
that's why I
about?
was bringing up, like, how many of these people who are successfully learning English are doing it just by like will. I would argue the minority, not the minority of people who learn English. I would argue the minority who try to will themselves into learning English fail, or sorry, succeed. And I would say it's the same for any language. I would say what helps a lot is just being like forced to, basically. Like if you move to an English speaking country, yeah, you're gonna make yourself learn the language, but that's not really the same either as learning piano. It's like, because there's not really an analogy to like piano where you need to know how to do it to get by in a bunch of scenarios, you know?
Yeah, so I mean,
Like
it's also like, but there's such a gradient because it's like, well, we don't count it if you move to this country, but it's like, okay, so it's a function of how much you're exposed to this language, which
if
is
it
like
if
such a gradient. I don't.
I
I'm
mean
kind of like, I feel like if we restrict the domain to just people who are like people in America who are learning language, then we can just reason about this more familiarly. Like, I feel like I don't know. Like, at least, okay,
yeah, I
let's
don't have a
just,
problem with doing that. Like
okay,
all I
cool.
was saying is that I don't think anything I've said is like was restricted to that. Like
Yeah, but I mean, I think it is, and I think you're like jumping through a bunch of hoops to make it not. It feels like the one hoop you're jumping through is, oh, but it doesn't count if they're learning it and someone's telling them to learn it though,
that's not,
or
to
like
me
they're
that doesn't
learning it
feel
in
like a hoop,
school.
because to me that's the same as saying like it's a hoop to say that well, yeah, I mean, even just that, it's like, well, that's not what we were thinking of when we were saying the statement. It's like
What?
that's
What?
not a hoop then. Like it's like when you're saying a statement of like, a lot of people fail at this thing, and then you're like, oh, I wasn't considering all the people who, I guess would be considered qualified as learning the thing because they, were forced to. It's like that doesn't feel like, it's the same with piano. Like to me, it doesn't feel like a hoop to say like, when I say most people, who try to learn piano will just like fail. Uh, it doesn't feel like a hoop for me to say that like, um, oh yeah, I wasn't really thinking about kids who are forced to. Like it's not a hoop to have not been thinking about that, and to have been thinking about people who are of their own will choosing to do it. Like this is what you were thinking about. That's not like a hoop.
I mean, that's interesting. It's like, well, I think a lot of people who were like tons of people are forced to do it and fail.
Yeah, but that's
Like, or like,
irrelevant. That's irrelevant to what I'm
yeah,
saying.
yeah, yeah. But it's like, I mean, yeah, I guess I think this applies to so many things. Old dogs can't learn new tricks is an expression that exists and means kind of this exact thing. Like, yeah, like people
Sorry,
don't
I
learn
was bringing
good
that up.
later
I
on.
was bringing that statement up as a reaction to the idea that I'm jumping through hoops when all I'm doing is I'm thinking about a set of people doing a thing, and there
Yeah.
was a set of people that I wasn't considering as part
Okay,
of this
well,
set.
yeah.
To
And
me,
there
that
was a set
doesn't
of
feel
people.
like jumping through a hoop.
Okay, sure. But I guess, I mean, I really like getting to where I think we disagree. And what I'm saying is, if we restrict, I was under the impression we were talking about English speaking, let's say Americans who
Mhm.
are using Duolingo to learn apps. So let's just restrict the domain there because I think here is where we can, and yeah, maybe the things you're saying can apply to not just that, but my intuition is much better with you know,
Yeah, I
this,
definitely
and I think
was not like I definitely was thinking outside the scope of just Americans.
okay,
I'll say
yeah,
that.
yeah, 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 yeah,
Like
yeah,
I was thinking of the scope, and the thing is, I wasn't necessarily thinking of like particular types of people some of the time. I was thinking of like the utility of language in the world and how common I think it would be for people to need to learn it and stuff like that, you know?
yeah, yeah. And I was thinking more of that, but from the perspective of a native English speaker from America traveling. Or so yeah, I was not thinking very like, which yeah, it changes. I when I'm like, I think a lot of people, like very few people are learning language for utility. Yeah, the numbers are different if we're talking about people learning English
Mm-hmm.
versus
Yeah.
English speakers who want to go to Italy, which is like, I feel like
Yeah.
all the examples we brought up were that. So you know,
Well, that's because like during the we were doing this like invert. I mean, I described the inverted pyramid, and I said like I think a ton of the people who are doing it just for utility are at the top. In you know, which is to say,
well, wait, at the very top was people who aren't learning it at all, and then below them is
oh
people
right,
using.
yeah, it was more about. You're right. It was more about like experience level and less about um necessity. I misremembered it as a
Yeah, yeah,
pyramid of like necessity. That's my mistake.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, so if we're talking about people in the U.S., uh, you know, using like learning some non-English language, then I don't know. I guess I'm like, well, you said that like most of your statements still stand, or like you're saying all your statements still stand if we restrict the domain to that.
No, no, no. I said the opposite. I
Oh,
was I was saying
oh, I
my
see.
statements were like, they uh yeah they
Okay, yeah.
yeah they were
So
the opposite of that.
yeah, yeah. I mean, there's certain things I'd want, like even talking about the stock, I'm like, okay, I don't know how many people in what countries use Duolingo. There's so much.
Yeah, but we were kind of bouncing
I
between. You were
I know.
pretty explicitly trying to move away from Duolingo, and so a lot of what
Yeah,
we were
yeah,
talking
yeah,
about
yeah.
weren't around that at all.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But if we were talking about global, then I'd just be like, I don't know. Uh, so I guess okay, yeah. Like if we're talking about language learning in the U.S., like native English speakers here
Hmm.
learning a different language.
Hmm.
Um, I think that this uh something like GPT 4.0 doesn't make much of a dent
When you say
in like.
something like it, are you including? Are
I
you are
guess
you,
I'm saying GPT 4.0 and like I don't know iteration. I
Because I think
I'll
we were
say
agreeing that this thing in and of itself doesn't move the needle a lot, and that I was saying that it's the implication of things that could.
yeah, yeah, and I would say that like a AGI, the best
Hmm.
translator in the world in your pocket
Hmm.
or not in your pocket, I don't know, on a
Yeah.
in some right. I don't think that moves the needle that much just because of like like because of what I think people's motivations are for learning language
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
and what they
Yeah.
ideally want to get out of it. That is what I'm saying.
Right. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Not talking about like someone who's learning English in China or something.
Yeah. 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 I feel like it does. So yeah, I think that's the thing that we disagree with.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Perfect translator in your pocket. I feel like, I mean, I wouldn't say that numbers. If someone were to say like, oh, that number is like the delta, like if this were invented right now, the number of people learning a language in the next 5 years would go down like 50%. I'd be like, wow, okay. But if someone were like, what do you think the odds are that like 95%, which like when we're talking about like, oh, this is substitutable or kind of the stuff that I was picking up
Mhm.
that you were kind of hinting at, I'm like, I think there's no shot that this number goes down to 95%. That delta is like 95% decrease in language learning in the US. Like, I'm like, I don't think there's any way.
Mm-hmm.
And that's with AGI. Like 5 years after the AGI version of language learning.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we also don't know the. I'm like, because there's some level of like prediction that could go on too. Like, you could potentially get some level of translation, like pre-sentence completion. I don't know to what extent, and it definitely varies from language to language, but you could potentially get pretty good. Like potentially, it doesn't even need to like. Potentially, it could be like.
It could just be two AIs talking.
It could be fast enough. Um. Yeah. No, I'm thinking like Yeah, I don't
I
know.
mean, I guess
No
I'm
need
saying
to
even if
speculate on
it's
it.
really, really fast,
Yeah, yeah.
I'm like, I don't
Right. You
think
think the
this is.
motivation is primarily like to understand more than to
It's like a lot of
or
like,
like
oh, I want to be
the
seen
sound.
speaking this thing,
Yeah, yeah,
and
that
oh,
sort
I
of
want
stuff.
to.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
like, I think that's a lot of it.
But
And these
but
are English speakers who I don't think gain that much utility because the vast majority of them, they would learn a little bit of this language, they'd go somewhere, they'd say a couple words, and the person would say, let's just use English.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So I guess yeah. So that is very common and that's very true. And so yeah, and we're talking about the people who like piano with a lot of adults. People who are just like, you know what, I'm going to give that a go. And it's even easier than piano in the sense that like the overhead's way less. Like piano, you have to get a keyboard. This, you don't have to get anything. Yeah, that number would remain high. The number of people that actually that get anywhere with it, I think, goes down quite a bit. I think the number of people who even attempt it go down quite a bit, but I think the number of people that
People who get anywhere.
get
Interesting,
anywhere
you think
goes up
so?
even more significantly. Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I
No.
mean,
Well, okay.
I
Let me
don't
give the
think
reasoning. Like the reason is just that it's a matter of like people misassessing the amount of work it takes, and then just when they find out the amount of work it takes, they're like, okay, this actually just like I don't get as much value out of this thing as the actual amount of work it takes.
yeah, and that's mostly not because of the value they get, but the value they would not have had if it weren't for this theoretical technology we're talking about, right?
Yeah,
It's like,
that's to say
yeah,
that like the value it just is less.
exactly.
Yeah.
Like yeah. So, and what I'm saying is, I don't know how many people in America were learning language
Mm-hmm.
30, 20 years ago um, before, um,
Here, really fast though, like there's not an impossibility that the let's just learn English becomes let's just use the tool.
yeah. But I think, wait, sorry, what are you talking about?
Like so the let's just use English that you described before. Somebody goes to some language, tries to speak it, and people say,
Yeah.
"Let's just learn English." That becomes in a lot of places, or places maybe even if we just say in
Yeah.
places where there isn't a let's just learn English, we now have let's just learn the tool. But even in a lot of places that currently let's just learn English, there's a possibility that the tool gets so good that they say let's just use the tool.
Oh, that's true. That's true, right?
Yeah.
I mean, basically, if everyone had, I mean, I'm really the way I'm viewing this is if everybody just had access in their pocket to the world's best
Yeah.
personal translator, tour guide that you're talking about, for Sammy's
Well,
Italy trip or something, right?
better than that. Yes.
Better, exactly. Yeah. So, um, yeah. So I guess in the case where using the tool becomes the norm, I do think this very well could result in fewer people in America learning a language. Yes. Yeah. It that feels like a different route than I feel like wait, let me sorry. Oh shit, it's 7. I need to wash my hair. Fuck. Wait,
Oh.
give me 10 minutes. I'll be right back.
Yeah. I'll make some food. You know what? Food time.
Yo, can you hear me okay? Hello? Hello, hello? Yo, yo, yo.
Hey, can you hear me? Okay. All good.
Okay. Um, forgot where we were.
I made this pasta. No, rice. It's so good. It's basically what I made when you were here, except I've been putting red pepper flakes in it. And it just makes it like have some spiciness to it. It's like, damn.
It's like, damn.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the salon. It's on Tuesdays, damn it. Okay, well, I already missed it. I thought it was saying it's on fucking Wednesdays. But it's not just Street Fighter. It's like a ton of games they play.
God, I cannot find. Wait, I have new socks. I got. So what was like the main? I feel like we landed on a difference. Like state, our views of the state of the world are different.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we landed on one.
Yeah, I feel like we did too.
But I mean, one thing you brought up, which I was kind of like, I need to think about this, is like, okay, yeah, maybe fewer people would learn language if this became a very commonplace tool in other places of the world.
Mm-hmm.
But that feels, like I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna disagree with that, but I guess it's like I feel like like the reasons why I believe people who have access to things like Google Translate and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So like, they have access to Google Translate.
Mm-hmm.
And yet they are still out here doing their Duolingo, whatever. So if we make it so that it's not GPT 4.0, but rather it's like a AGI best translator in the world in their pocket, I just don't think it really, it's not like, 80% of 90% of these people are no longer going to be learning. I don't think it's going to be like that.
Do you think it would be ever possible to have a like a tool that is strong enough to where you could like opt to move to a country without learning the language and without any intention of learning the language? I mean, I think people already move to countries without learning language that
Yeah,
well.
I mean, that's
but
naturally what I was going to say. So I'm like, okay, well, maybe maybe you mean like plan on like integrating and creating friends and stuff with no shared language.
yeah.
Okay, so now the question is, do I believe that this is a technology that could exist?
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you?
I don't know.
Do you think like you could be friends with someone who doesn't speak a lick of English, and like that'll be because of a technology? Like sincere friends.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I feel like I can already be pretty decent friends with somebody who had like pretty broken English, and I imagine this would be better than that. So I think so. But how commonplace that would be, I'm not sure.
Or like how good of friends, like or like how about date someone? And
That's
well,
actually kind of what I was thinking.
yeah.
I'm, you know.
different friend. I guess that's tricky because it's like, well, I mean, I guess I'm not narrowing it down well enough because yeah, I feel like I could date someone who barely speaks any English.
Yeah.
But what I would be getting out of that relationship would be very different than what I get out of my relationship with you. So do I believe there is a technology? There could be a technology that, makes it so that I can form relationships like the one I have with Mason or with you or whatever. Do I believe that exists? That could exist? And that's where I'm like, I don't think so.
Actually, I think when I think about it a bit more, so like I felt like my experience with Jane were like very good, and her English wasn't that great, but we talked in pretty good detail about a lot of complex stuff, and I thought that was pretty good. I think the main thing where it would fall off is, in the case of broken English, is like jokes and like that sort of thing. I think that's the big thing that like gets lost.
Yeah.
And so I'm wondering if like that becomes.
In general, there's like, kind of like utility communication and kind of like for funsies communication.
Mm-hmm.
There's like this high context and low context different communication.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I guess what I'm saying is, there could be a tool that allows you to get your needs met. Like you can have your needs met in all your relationships, none of which with people who natively speak your language. It's like, and what does that tool look like? Like obviously, if it's like, oh, it's like a magic technology that just translates zero latency, magically makes real time they're speaking English. Okay, yeah, But in terms of what could possibly exist, I want to say I feel like my answer is no. I don't think that could exist. And I'm pretty like with with stuff like artificial intelligence, I'm pretty slow to say I don't think X thing could exist.
Yeah.
I don't take that lightly that I'm saying that. Yeah, it's like well, actually, just the kind of needs and relationships that I have met through language, I think, are like would just not be possible. Unless, okay, yeah. I guess I was going to say, if it's predictive with 100% correctness, yeah, but I just don't think that would be possible.
Yeah, I mean maybe it models on your personality, and it predicts on that. Like I have no idea.
And I mean, yeah. In which case, I'm like, well, if we get to that point, then I don't think relationships exist in the form they do anyway.
That's
like, I think at a certain point, then it's like, well, then I don't need relationships with humans anyway. In which case, the language thing doesn't matter. You know what I mean?
Wait, I'm actually not sure if I'm understanding what you're saying.
If there existed AI that
Mm-hmm.
could perfectly predict, like, that has a model of someone's personality and then can perfectly predict what they're going to say so that I can be delivered what someone is going to say.
Or maybe even like when you start saying something, it is able to autocomplete based on just like the first word or two, and so it's basically instant. Maybe the first like
Yeah, but
syllable.
I guess like depending on the language, I think that just means it needs to be able to happen before they start speaking as well.
I don't know, because there might be, because like how could it know that? Like I think that you want to say something is already like an enormous piece of data, and like without
Okay.
like I don't
So
think
this
it
is
requires this
an
transformative like
AI that like can have futuristic predictive or like can predict the future about what you're going to say, but wouldn't be able to predict that you're going to say something. I feel like what you're going to say is so much harder to get to than, you're going to say something. Make sense? Like I feel like will this person say something and being like 99.9% accurate seems like a way easier thing than what is the rest of this sentence going to be given what the first 30 milliseconds has been.
Are you like aggregating like that people converse and you're using that, or are you saying like even just out of the blue? Because I feel like predicting that is really tough. Like nobody's said anything for hours. Like what input, and like it knows now that you're going to say something? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, I think you might be thinking like during a like mid conversation perhaps.
Yeah.
I
Am.
wasn't. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Um,
When I was saying that, I was saying like that you were going to say something seems like a hard, like
yeah.
it is a big piece of information for it.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I guess, what the first 30 milliseconds
Mm-hmm.
is also such a small,
Mm-hmm.
like, I'm like, I guess I'm like, I just don't believe that AI can exist without there existing AI that changes so much about the world fundamentally that, like, I think we're out of the realm of, like,
I don't know, cause even you and I, like even people, granted, this AI, we're assuming it's not AGI, but people can, from the, let's say it can use the context of the conversation, which that seems easy to include. Like, then it seems like you have the context of the conversation and the first word or two of what they're about to say, and it just has to start translating the sentence as it gets as you are speaking, and it can update on the fly to correct for itself. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like
no, because what if it's an English sentence is like A, B, like A idea, B idea,
mm-hmm.
and they're both dependent on each other, and a different language is B idea, A idea, and you wouldn't be able to know A idea without having finished and without having like, do you know what I'm saying? It's like the way that the language they are speaking is structured such that it couldn't start translating. because the idea is still fully not determined until you've gotten more information in the first 30 milliseconds.
I see what you're saying, and I've thought this too, but I'm like, as I'm thinking about it more, I'm like, would potentially the value of getting well, for one thing, an exact translation often doesn't even exist.
Mm-hmm.
And so there are a number of options of translations. And so perhaps it can option select mid, you know what I'm saying? It can do hangman or whatever. It's like a decision tree. And it can be like, oh, well, we can start because all things in the decision or any route that they'll realistically go could be accommodated for with this.
That's what I'm saying is we can only start talking until every route they could go until we're going down a route that we know covers every route they could go.
Yeah. Does that not seem like it could be?
What I'm saying is I don't think it would know that. I don't think it could know that. What I'm saying is I think the AI cannot start talking until it knows every route that it could go. And I think that point is determined because of how language works. That point is determined further than, the first, let's say, second of speech, which is pretty high latency. Because it can't start talking until it says, I know that no route that you're going is that this isn't closing off any path.
Yeah. It's it feels like most languages are. I mean, if we take English, English is pretty flexible. I feel like the ordering of the words can be rearranged in a lot of ways. I feel like.
Yeah, but and we're kind of talking about not just being able to convey being able to communicate an idea as intended.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Which, I mean, come on. So we're not just saying I mean, yeah, I think basically what I'm saying is I think there's a general limitation that the idea, as you're saying, already when you have the complete idea, it is hard to translate it as intended. Humans seem a lot better than machines at this, probably. Things are still very subjective. But even with AGI, I'm saying I think you need the complete idea.
Oh, this is kind of related, but this is I actually just remembered that I wrote this down as something to remind myself of. So it was an example that came up, or at least that I thought of just how much language how advanced you'd need to be to get so much of the nuance. And the example I wrote down was the phrase she does live with her parents versus she is living with her parents.
Mm-hmm.
Where one is she does live with her parents sounds a lot more like potentially uh like there's just it's got like different implications. This could be a newer thing or this could be like a more temporary thing. Whereas like she is or maybe it was the reverse. I don't know.
Yeah, I think she is living with her
Yeah.
parents has
Sorry, yeah,
a
that's what I
more
meant.
yeah. It's more like
Yeah.
like temporary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she is living with her parents. It's like, oh, okay, this is for the time being is kind of the implication.
Yeah.
Whereas like
Yeah.
she lives with her parents is like it sounds a lot more, and it's like, yeah, stuff like that is so like I don't know how you learn that. Or like I think you just don't. I think like that's just a level you generally don't get to.
What when learning a different language?
Yeah, I mean unless you spend a lot of time in the, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like there's been kind of like 100 things that have made me like, okay, like since starting to learn Spanish, there's been a lot of these like little things where I'll say it in English and be like, whoa, I'm never gonna be like native level any other language.
Yeah.
Like no shot, 0% chance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There was also a time um I'm trying to remember what it was exactly, but it was Danielle was in the call, and maybe you'll remember this. We were gonna play League. It was basically you said I can't remember exactly what it was, but Danielle misinterpreted it as you saying like I'm actually not going to play League. But what you had said was fuck. Oh, I was remembering this like multiple times, and then I just can't remember. God, what was it? You used an expression that was kind of like I'm down or like I'm. Um, but I feel like I had the word out, and then Danielle had said something like, "Oh, like you're out, like you're not going to play." And you're like, "Oh no, that's. I mean like, I don't know if you remember." It was I
I
think
don't remember actually.
yeah, I think it was the time where it was I think just you, me, and Danielle. Yeah, I can't remember. I'll try to write it down if I remember it again. But yeah, it was just one of those instances where it's like that. It was absolutely like a language barrier thing. It was like a very like. Let me make sure I didn't write it down. I don't think I did. No, I didn't. I did write down. This is totally unrelated, but have you ever heard of umbrella insurance?
Yeah. I have.
We have.
Yeah. I had an umbrella policy for a while.
Whoa. And so, what what
Mm.
what is that? Like, why'd you have it?
It was like, oh, like if you're and I was just kind of like honestly, because they're like it's good. I felt like I was just like maybe being swindled, but it was like pretty cheap.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a single digit number of dollars per month.
Oh wow.
I was like, okay. Like, it was really, really cheap. Yeah, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I think it was like $50 every half year, something like that. Where I was just like, whatever, I'll look into this at
Yeah.
some point. But they're saying it's good to have, and it's so cheap that I'll just whatever.
Yeah.
But I remember one example was like, if you're at a driving range and you like hit the freaking golf ball and it hits someone's car,
Mm.
just shit like that.
It's
Whatever.
so I've seen it come up in the context of like fire as just like a
Yeah.
because one of the things that can just fuck you is um like if somebody gets injured on your property and wants to sue you,
Yeah.
especially in the case of like rentals and tenants. And I think
Yeah.
people were saying umbrella policies cover that. It covers like legal, and it's like
Yeah.
it's something like 100 or two a year to insure up to like $1 million. And I'm like,
Yeah, I feel like mine was like on the order of like $100 a year or something, you know?
yeah. So I'm just, yeah. I'm not sure if that's something I should look into. At least if I end up renting something out at some point. That's my big, you know, that feels like the big, like, potential concern is somebody suing you for some bullshit. Because that does happen. So, yeah. What do you think about? Do you think a lot of people like over-index on like or overvalue like heritage? I guess, for lack of a better word, like their, I don't know, bloodline. I guess, or I mean, I guess it's similar to. It's something that I feel like I value so little, and I understood valuing when I was younger, but I'm like, it feels like tribalism at a later point, or like it to an extent. So it like, yeah, I don't know.
It's like, hello?
Hello.
Hello? Yeah, what do you mean like heritage?
Um, I get, like a lot of people, they're very into their like genetic roots, and it'll be like, oh yeah, I'm fucking French. And then they're like into French stuff because they had really an ancestor from France, not even one that they know necessarily. And they like kind of over index on things about France. I don't know. Maybe
Yeah. I mean, I
it's a
think,
half baked
you know, I
idea.
had a, no, yeah. I had a, Brant, my college roommate, Brant Monson was very like Viking. Yeah, because I'm like Nordic or I don't know, something like that.
Yeah.
And I was very just like, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know, I feel like, uh, but you know, I feel like a lot of people are just kind of indoctrinated in this from their parents.
Yeah. It's interesting because like even me, like I feel so, even as like an American, I feel so like removed from American culture in a lot of ways. And like, I don't know. I very much, I don't seek trying to be, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to describe. Basically, just trying to fit into like a box is what it kind of feels like. But like where a box is, typically it's not American. Typically if you're from America, it's not American at least. Typically it's from somewhere you're not. Um,
Yeah, I mean, if it's from somewhere you're from, then it's just like nationalism.
yeah. And if it's
It's
from
like I'm proud
somewhere
to
you're
be an
not, it's
American.
kind of also nationalism, but you've just kind of glorified nationalism for a different
Yeah.
country. It feels like weirdly commonplace to me. It feels weirdly like
Like this is
acceptable.
not viewed as nationalism.
Yeah, or like yeah, it feels so like I don't know, like people want to talk so negatively of the United States while praising other countries who just kind of are also just countries.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's strange. I'm gonna grab more food though. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Cool.
I got a question for you. This is something I was thinking of. Totally unrelated to anything we've been saying, but
Yeah.
okay. I thought of it because you've been playing Halo, right, with Nico.
Nico. Yeah.
So if you think back, like as a kid, there are
Mhm.
things in Halo that are just when you were a kid. I assume they were like very. I guess Pog would be a good word for it, right? Very
Yeah, yeah,
Pog
yeah.
champ about a lot of this stuff.
And now they're cringe.
No, no, no. So that's not where I'm going. Where I'm going is,
Okay.
do you have like I feel like okay, yeah. My suspicion, I still have plenty of things that I would still put in this very same kind of Pog, where I'm just like, this is just really cool or sick. And I'm wondering if you do, or if it's almost like categorically this kind of appeal is like almost like embarrassing to you.
Oh, I mean, I guess that not. Let me think. So I mean, naturally, like, uh, when I play Halo, the
Yeah.
campaign, and I'm like, I guess now I'm very aware of like if I play it as an adult,
Yeah.
I'm like, whoa, I'm seeing all this stuff through like a different lens,
Yeah, yeah.
and I'm like, oh, this writing is like clearly just from some like
Mm-hmm.
awkward nerds.
Uh-huh.
This dialogue is just like bad, and these or like these things that they like, I don't know, just like the ideas they thought to do are like kind of like cringe. Um and maybe that's kind of, I don't know. Like, I mean, when I think of like the Master Chief, like, oh, what if you miss? And then he's like, I won't.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I remember thinking that was just so cool
Mm-hmm.
and Pog.
Mm-hmm.
And it does just like make me cringe now.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess there are a lot of things that I just was like, this is awesome, that now I'm like, this is like really unnuanced, and I don't really know. But I don't know if it's, I mean, I don't know if it's if this is what you're getting at here.
Maybe, but you know, like I would say even that, like I'm very capable of putting myself into a mode of just like understanding that's what I'm in for, and it's great. It's awesome. But
I
like
see.
I'm like self-aware, but I'm like
Kind of like with cheesiness, like, oh, this is
yeah,
cheesy. Like people
campy.
do that with cheesiness, campy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like yeah. And I'm wondering if like you know, if it's simply like a non-starter for you, like simply like a, you know, yeah.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I think maybe there's like I mean, I don't know
I
about
get.
non-starter.
How about phrasing it? Maybe this question would shed some light on something, but can you think of something kind of action-y that you would be like, this is actually just awesome? Or at
Yeah.
least could feel that way while watching it.
I mean, yeah, I guess, Old Boy, there's plenty of fight scenes.
That's true. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was wondering if like maybe anime would hit somewhere. Not that you like watch much, but that, yeah.
Yeah, like I think.
But the fight scenes in Old Boy though, I'd say it's not like they're especially cool fight scenes a lot of the time. It's like it's cool camera work or something, like the long fight scene.
Yeah.
As opposed to like The Matrix or a kung fu movie.
Yeah. I imagine there are kung fu movies that I'm like, that would be like, oh, this is cool. I don't think I get as much out of it as like a lot, like a lot of people like love kung fu movies, and I doubt I'd really watch one and be like, wow, I want to watch another tune or something,
Yeah.
I think I could get something out of it, but
You know what? Here's an example that every year in League of Legends they come out with like a cinematic for the year. And
Yeah.
a lot of people think they're super good and they don't even have like a story. It's just like, I mean, there is presumably a story in the background, but I don't understand it. But I love them.
Yeah.
I've watched them like multiple times, like all of them. I think they're
Yeah.
incredibly good. It's just choreographed like music to action sequences and seeing, you know, champions represented in like proper rendering and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And it's like,
With like animation that's like
yeah.
expresses character.
Mm-hmm. And it doesn't even need to be with like character because it can also be, for instance, StarCraft 2 has cinematics for each of the
Oh
campaigns.
yeah.
And they're awesome. They're like extremely cool. And you know, there aren't even characters. It'll be like, that's a bunch of Zerglings and they look awesome when they're rendered this way. And here's this action sequence that's like Zerglings and siege tanks and, you know, it's like it's like, you know, you've got the gameplay of the RTS and now you're representing it in like a movie style action thing, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering, you know, if there was like a game, like if there were like a Counter-Strike one. Like, you know, if it's a game I really like.
Yeah, it is unfortunate.
Or like melee ones. Like I feel like there are melee ones that like people will like kind of fan make a melee cinematic. And they've never really hit for me.
I feel like melee doesn't really, I can't really think of like a melee equivalent.
I mean, this is like a lot of times it's just like it just feels like a. I guess like, you know, like with League, like I'm just like, oh, this is like Jinx will say something and I'll like, oh, I hate this. Like,
yeah, you're very like
really
that.
annoying. Yeah.
It's so interesting because it's, to me it's like Jinx is like, it's so interesting because as a concept I don't like Jinx at all, but as a concept, like, this is the character, like, right? It's like, how much character do you want represented to you as somebody, as you being the controller of the character in a MOBA? And to me, Jinx actually kind of hits the mark there. It's like, it's very straightforward and simple, but that's like kind of what, I don't know. To me, like, it's the use case that makes it work for me.
So you're saying like, oh, like like the use case makes it work. Like, oh, like they need to convey some character. So, you know, they're gonna have her say this thing and deliver it in this way.
Like, I think you would, for instance, like, there are a lot, I mean, there's a ton of characters in League, and there are a lot of them that are considered extremely boring by, like, a lot of people. It's like, you just name this character, and people are like, yeah, that's an extremely boring character. And I think that would be the most appealing to you, possibly just as, like, the lesser evil. You want your characters to not be characters. You want them to be just code. You know, it's very interesting.
I mean, maybe, yeah.
Because I think like you just don't have like the like. Yeah,
I was kind of thinking about something recently. Like I was like some people will spend hours in like a character creation menu, and I'm always just spamming in. I don't care what my guy.
That's totally different, I think.
Okay.
A custom character is very, very, very different. And people don't tend to get like attached to their custom character, but in the way that they do with like written characters and but it's like almost like there kind of is no character that could be created that you would like. Because the very
Yeah,
fact
and that's
that
what
like
I'm.
they have a character is already like a deterrent for you.
Yeah, this is your theory. This is your theory.
Yeah, this is my theory, yeah.
And I'm like, I don't know if that's spot on. You know, like Phoenix says a lot of stuff, and Phoenix in Valorant, and I was never like, oh, this is annoying. It was like, yeah, that's fine. It's like Jinx is saying stuff. I'm like, you are a. I mean, I'm like, it's. But what Jinx says and does is what makes me like. What she says and how she says it is what makes me like, oh, I'm like cringing.
Yeah.
It's very like, I don't know. Yeah, it's like it. In the same way that it's like if I'm surrounded by a bunch of like furries who are like, really like autistic. This is what they talk like. And I don't mean anything mean by them, but it's or like by that or anything, but it's just like that's part of the gig. That's why they're here. It's because they're autistic and awkward and it's this the things they do are just like, oh, it just makes you cringe.
Yeah, so I'll say it like there are champs in League that I have that for, and it's interesting because so Zaya I would point out as one that like in some contexts I'm like overall I would say I love this champion. I hate much of her dialogue.
Yeah.
And do think it is cringy, but I'm just like able to put that aside and be like, that's cringe, but this character is a sick design. Sick mechanically.
Like design, yeah. When you say sick design, are you saying like sick mechanically or just?
No. So yeah. So yes, sick mechanically.
Like visual design.
Sick visual design, and even I would say like even her character is good. It's just represented awfully. or like some of these lines just hit poorly for me. I'm like, this is an annoying line. It clearly like I am not the audience for this line. But yeah, it's just way less of a detractor for me, I think. I'm just yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, maybe.
I think things that are generally cringe to you are way more like, I need to be out of here.
Yeah. I think there's like definitely. I guess I don't know. I mean, yesterday I didn't look too high, but I was like, all right, what if I can just turn their voices off or like down or something, which I wouldn't necessarily say is like means I need to be out of here, but it's kind of like, well, if I could play this game and be annoyed or not be annoyed, not being annoyed is maybe the way to go. But I guess like, yeah, and I think there's a lot of like good that would come from being more tolerant of cringe, or of cringing less. I don't know.
Yeah, like the part that I guess.
But I mean, the original theory, I think it's pretty off. Okay,
I see.
I think there are just characters in games that I think maybe even can be cool, right?
Yeah, I guess
I wouldn't say I think Phoenix is an example of someone I think is really cool, but I definitely wasn't cringing when he would say stuff.
Yeah, I guess what it would take for a character to be cool. Like I'd wonder if any champ in League, there's like 150, and there are several or many that I think are really awesome. And I'm wondering if like any of them would for you, you know?
Yeah. That... Yeah, I mean, possibly not.
Yeah, and
You think like this one's really awesome? I don't know. Like, I'm sure there are plenty that I'm like, this is fine. This guy seems kind of cool. I like him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know if that's a thing with League, but certainly with Valorant, it's same makers. Like, yeah, sure.
That's interesting.
That's like
I hate Valorant. I hate Valorant's design. I think it's terrible. Like across the board.
What do you mean design?
Like all the characters I think are bad. I think all of them. I'm pretty sure. Like every like so much demonstration of personality in Valorant I think is terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I'm like, I guess I like. No, I like KO. I think KO's sick. I think he's funny.
It just feels like pretty neutral. Like KO, I just think of someone like Target acquired character.
I mean, they definitely have back and forths that are like.
Yeah. But like, it's like it's. I'm not like any of this is really cool with Valorant, but I feel like, I guess, I mean, I don't know. Like, I feel like the way that Jinx delivers things, it's like, are you Boxy?
Boxy?
Hello, my name is Boxy. Like, come on, like like early internet.
No, I
No,
don't think I know it, but I mean, Jinx, I think has roots pretty directly with Harley Quinn. I think Jinx is.
Oh yeah, that makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, I mean, I like just. I'm not saying that based on like any kind of knowledge, but I'm like, to me, I just see there has to have been inspiration there.
Yeah.
And
like,
I'll say, like, what's interesting is based on that, like, I knew that prior to playing her in League, and I disliked Jinx a lot because of that, because of my like perception of that. But then like playing Jinx in League, I'm like, as a collection of lines that are just said to me as the controller of this character, like unit, I'm like, this works well enough for me. I definitely wouldn't call her a character that I liked, but I'm like, well, actually, I just would. I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, I think it's fun. I think it's just kind of fun.
Yeah, and I'm just like, this is not to me. I don't really know hardly anything about Harley Quinn. I've seen exactly 0 pieces of media with Harley Quinn in it. And so, but I imagine if I saw it, it would be pretty insufferable for me.
Yeah, definitely.
So I don't know.
Yeah, and like a lot of it is for me, but perhaps if it was a unit that I was controlling in a MOBA, it might not be, especially if it was like good mechanically.
Yeah, like the line that makes you cringe would maybe not make you cringe in a different context.
Yeah, because like it, like, okay, so there's a character Heimerdinger. He's just like a mad scientist, right? It's like, okay, he's just gonna sound like a mad scientist, and it's like, that's just like a caricature. That's like an archetype, and they're just gonna represent that as is, and like that's it. I'm controlling a mad scientist, and likewise, Jinx, I think, is just kind of an archetype that's kind of being.
Yeah, and it's stuff like this. It's the archetypes that I feel like. It's the archetypes that I feel like make me do the cringing. Like when I see in Shrek that it's like, all right, we're gonna copy paste the thing from the Matrix, or in everything, in anything. When you copy paste something from the Matrix, I'm like,
Yeah.
I just cringe inside. There's something about it. It's just like, I just cringe.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Like when
that,
it's like,
yeah.
and it like it feels like that, and or yeah, I mean, I guess like to me it feels like, oh yeah, this is like, I don't know, this is just annoying me in the way that that other thing annoys me. I don't know.
Hmm.
It's not really like that. It's derivative that makes me like, I'm not thinking when I'm like, I'm not like, oh, I'm gonna sit here and choose to cringe.
Of course.
It's just like, it's like,
Mhm.
you know, I don't know, when something's dodging bullets, I'm cringing. Something's delivering lines in a way that is just really like
What if it is the Matrix?
that's the I mean, yeah, that's something I feel like I discovered when I feel like it is certainly less so, but it is an interesting, like,
That'd be a really interesting one because
well,
yeah,
it's being kind of ruined by this other stuff. It's like this thing it's doing is kind of overdone, but it doesn't deserve that title because it was the first one to do it. Kind of.
Interesting. Yeah, I wasn't. So I was thinking less of the overdoneness because I was thinking of like the, Master Chief stuff, and I'm like, this is stuff that's like you thought was pog, you now find cringe, and it's not to do with overdoneness. It's got to do with like campiness of it. And whether or not the Matrix would like hit that for you as well.
Oh. I don't think so. But I mean, I don't know if Halo is intentionally campy in a lot of points. I think there's like, I think it's a bunch of Bungie developers
Yeah,
who were
yeah.
DigiPen kids
Yeah.
who are just awkward people, and I think that it shows through, like it shines through in the development of the, or
Yeah. I think a lot of Halo's sick. I like unironically, I'm just like, this is great. I'm loving this.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, I've been having fun playing through it.
What's that?
I said I've been having fun playing through it.
Yeah, but are you primarily just liking the gameplay and not so much and just kind of cringing between the?
I mean, not like entirely. I just think like, I mean, yeah, a lot of the dialogue to me is very clearly written by a very awkward person.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe not necessarily written, but like the delivery is just pretty like, but I mean that's not it's not like I'm wincing like the whole time.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. How far did you get, by the way?
I think we made it to the Pillar of Autumn, somewhere in there. So
Okay.
Banshee level.
Yeah. So that's before. That's before
Sorry,
the
Pillar of
flood.
Autumn. Assault on the control room. Yeah,
Assault on the
before
control
the
room.
flood.
Yeah, yeah. Assault on the control room. Yeah. Yeah. So that's before the flood. Okay. Yeah. I think the flood.
Played too much.
What's that?
We haven't played too much.
Yeah, yeah. The flood are like, yeah, that's like the cutscene that. I mean, it's also Halo is very kind of in the infancy of storytelling in video games in general.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, at least through like voiced dialogue.
Yeah. Is it 8:20? I actually have to go and grab my Geo Tracker battery from O'Reilly's, so I'm gonna go do that.
Cool.
But I'll maybe be back in like 10 minutes.
All right. Talk.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll be here.
all.
No changing perspective on that one.
Connect my ponytail. The reference to old sports costume. Okay, there you go. Okay, we got orange, purple. We got the pink for the ladies. 2 pinks. Last one's cool, I guess. Pink and red. And oh, that's cool. The black one with the green. This one's cool. Man, a blue ball in here is generally funny. Thanks so much. I mean, I don't want to dump my load all over you guys all fast, right? Like, there's a lot of you guys. We gotta spread the load out. 10's best color. Okay, cool. There you go. Rashid sports outfits.
A base though, it just doesn't feel right for Brood War, right? I'm so used to there just being one gas a base, like it just feels so strange. Corsairs are for try-hard virgins, guys. You only building Corsairs is like building Stalkers in StarCraft 2. It's for people who watch too much pro play and they don't realize how bad at StarCraft they are. So they think they can actually play like pros. Like it's actually how you basically try to show how little you realize how bad you are at the game. Hello? Does he have he's got an Overlord on the pillar, doesn't he? Okay. We got him. He keeps hanging around here. He's gonna lose all those Hydras, guys. I forgot to build. You need a frigging observatory. Oh my god, which one's the observatory? E. Costs almost nothing as well. Like just the bonus random structures are so wild in this game. Okay. Oh my god, the High Templar. It's pretty derpy there. All right, let's build a new forge. Build a new gateway. Okay. Problem is you need to expand at a faster rate in this as well. Storm will be done soon, guys. We're going to build a bunch of High Templar and Zealots here. It's kind of cool not using Warp Gate, though. It feels more like you're playing a normal RTS race where your units all kind of rally from a certain direction. It's very different to StarCraft 2 Protoss, where that is obviously not the case. Dude, this Storm does 112 damage. Oh! That's so bullshit. That's so bullshit. That is ridiculous. Oh my god. Wait, is there... Oh, I forgot there's a Chimera Amulet. You can get Amulet in this game. I forgot you can start with 50 bonus energy, which means they spawn with more than enough for Storm. Oh! That upgrade started in StarCraft 2 as well, but they got rid of it pretty quickly, for those who don't know. Oh my gosh, this is hilarious. Alright. Alright, we're just gonna make a ton of stuff. Let's make some cannons, by the way, because we do need to be able to defend from, like, mutas and stuff. Let's go. Yeah, just chase him down. You'd be right. He's gonna have a lot more expansions than I will, but that's okay. I'm just like F2ing. It's so fun. Playing Brood War with F2 just feels like super unfair as well, right? I'm just like, oh, I can just select all my shit. This is hilarious. Alright, let's build some more observers. I do need to get a few dragoons just so I have something to like clear up the vision. These guys are going to go in there. Observer's going to go check what's happening over there. Let's try and take this base. This is our more important base. The one that we're really going to commit to defending. The minerals are the same as StarCraft 2, which means they mine out really quickly as well. Which is kind of different, right? We also don't need a pylon at each base necessarily. Oh, hello. Oh, all right. Let's jump on this. Let's jump on this. These guys are going to go in there. The rest of my army's going to come down. Yeah, let's go. Oh my god, look at how quick they do damage. Zealots are so sick. Oh, I wasn't watching for a second. Oh, Jesus. Our armies both just made each other disappear. Special disappearing trick, guys. Oh, gosh. Make more High Templar, make more Zealots. Oh, Overlords can detect observers as well, can't they? Okay, quick. All right, you guys go there. You guys pull back. This is so dumb. Storm's OP, though. Let's be real. Storm is super OP. Run. Zealots are so fast in this. It's great. You can just outrun Hydras. Oh, you're being a dickhead. Oh, hello. All right, quick. Keep making observers. I want to chrono boost them, but of course I can't. All right, we're going to make some cannon battery around our bases, guys. Please don't. Where's the lurk? Oh, it's the slowest drop of all time, guys. All right, we're going to put a Dragoon there. Slowest drop of all time, but... Hello. Oh, yes. Oh. That's dead. This is so stupid. I love it. Oh, this is hilarious. All right. So let's get our upgrades. You really want to get shield upgrades as if you're playing the campaign. Because that was always what you did as a kid playing StarCraft 1 campaign, right? You guys know me. First thing you do is either make carapace or make shield upgrade. Terran's the only one where you'd actually want to make the weapons do more damage, right? Because, you know, as a kid, you're like, me want shields and armor. What else we got? Observer movement speed, observer sight. We've got some Reavers we can build. Dragoon can come down there. Build cannons on the edge of the map so he can't do too much to us. I am actually using control groups now. Oh my gosh. I love how short range the storm cast is. It's actually kind of crazy. Alright, we got more gateways. What else do we want? Stargate? Yeah, let's go for Brood War carriers, man. Wait, how do we get Dark Templar? What? Did they remove Dark? Oh, they come from the same thing, don't they? Oh, yeah. Right. They do come from the same thing in this game, don't they? For a second, I was like, you removed them? What? And I was like, wait, I'm dumb. Alright, build some cannons on the edge. Make sure we can't get dropped. Okay, you guys are going to go up here. Oh, storm them all! We just storm them. We don't even need detection. Why would you need detection? You can just use storm. Oh, Dark Archons. Oh, I forgot we can make Dark Archons. Oh, I'm so excited right now. Dark Archon starting energy, and then we want mind control. What does Maelstrom do again, guys? Maelstrom was that ability that no one did. No one ever used it. Did it have a use? Was it actually not terrible? So these don't have an attack. They have feedback. Oh, I forgot feedback was on the Dark Archon. It stuns. Oh, that's what it does. Okay, cool. All right, so guys, we want to leave like High Templar just scattered across the map. And we want to try and do this stuff. Let's make a lot more zealots right now. Oh, he keeps coming at me. These big old armies. Okay, we're ready. We're ready. Go. Oh! Get him! Okay, I don't have any actual fighting units, so this is like a terrible fight for me. Oh my god, and they're so slow when they cast, aren't they? That's crazy. Dude, I forgot how awkward that was. Okay, cool. That was interesting. So they actually have acceleration. Look how slow they are when they start moving. So whenever they stop to cast, they have to start up again. Oh, their acceleration is so slow. Cool. Anyways, Dragoons. Kill this Overlord. I don't like him seeing everything. That makes me upset. And we want to basically do some Zealot run-bys there. Some Zealot run-bys there. He's trying to build Sunkens, creep colonies everywhere and stuff. So we got to make sure we deal with those. We're going to go Fleet Beacon. Some more Stargates. Get these guys up here. Get a few more probes. 85 is probably enough to be fair. Try to take this space. We getting damage here? I hope we are. Not very good damage though. Oh, he's got the shadow ability. What do you call it? Shroud. Brown poo. He's upgraded brown poo, guys. He's upgraded brown poo. He's getting damage done. He's got the brown poo. Okay. Hello, mate. Have you met our Lord and Savior Protoss yet? Ooh. Oh, Mutalisks! Get out of here. Dude, I'm not gonna... Okay, what do? We go Corsairs, right? Okay. So we're making Corsairs, and they do like a splash damage type thing, right? Where's me Cybercore at? Let's go... Oh, I forgot to make Dragoon upgrade earlier. Doesn't matter. We haven't really been wanting to use them too much anyway. Okay, we're just going to leave a few High Templar up here, guys. Hopefully we're watching... Oh, we've still got Dark Shroud here by the... Oh, hello. Oh, hello! Only 2 mutas left alive. That's pretty sick. Alright, let's go for these guys. They're gonna obviously just one-shot those. Sunkens will go down very quickly. I have enough stuff in every base that he can't really do any damage here, even if he gets inside. Oh, actually I'm building a carrier, guys. I didn't even mean to build carriers. Where are the Dark Archons at? Can we get these here? Fight. Try to keep it alive. Go. Okay, we got the carrier. Okay, guys. Problem. We don't have one of the 47 carrier upgrades. Oh, it's just one. Just one. Okay, there's just one. Oh, he's got a lot of defilers. Okay. So which ones should I mind control? I want defilers, guys. Yeah, I really want defilers. Because if I can use Dark Shroud against... Wait, Dark Shroud is kind of universal anyway, isn't it? It kind of just... Do I really want Dark Shroud? Oh, wait, I should get a drone, actually, right? Yes, yeah, I should get a drone. Okay, let's move my army down. We want more Zealots, because they're just good for fighting right now. Oh, no, don't kill my Dark Archon, you poo head! Oh, he killed me, Dark Archon. The dickhead. Oh, stop attacking everywhere, dude. Drone. Get it out of there. Okay, let's go back over here. Oh, no. Pull back. Oh, get wrecked by Storm, son. I got 99 problems, but a Defiler and a Hydra definitely ain't one. Oh, watch out. Oh, God, he's got Scourge. He's got Scourge. Oh, he's also Plagued one of them as well. He Plagued him. Get out of there, carriers. Oh, God. Oh, my God, they're so buff. They don't die. That's cool. Kind of cool. Okay. Where's me hatchery? Okay, I got a hatchery. We should get extra supply. They programmed that in, right? They better have programmed that in. They better have. All right, let's go. Let's go for this one. Get some more upgrades. Oh, no. Watch out. Okay, morph some Archons. We did manage to save those. Yes, we eat some storm damage ourselves. I think that's okay. Oh, has this one got a storm? Yes, he does. Watch it. Oh, big storm on the Hydras. Hello. Dude, this guy's just a YOLO lord. He's a bit of a crazy man. All right, my Corsairs are going to go hunting Overlords because I don't think they're that useful anymore. Okay, what are we on? 86 probes? These guys can go here. Put those guys on there. Oh, yes! Kill the Overlords. Kill the Overlords. Yes. All right, guys. Where's my extra supply? Where's my extra supply? This is bullshit. Dark Archon scuffed in this game, guys. Dark Archon scuffed in this game. You don't get extra supply. Yeah, that's probably hard to program into a mod since they didn't build it into StarCraft 2. Hey, that's sad. Here I was thinking I'd get to do that. Instead, all I'm going to do is build me tech tree up from the bottom and build some of my own defilers or something. I don't know. Oh my god. Oh, you're gonna do some damage, are they? There, you try use your little dark swarm. You gonna use your little dark swarm, are you? You Zerg player with your Imba dark swarm. Nice. Back. I love the F2 mass observer, man. Oh yes, kill. Okay. Get the Dragoon upgrade eventually as well. Running around killing overlords, guys. Whee! Should we kill his top base? Oh, he's going to attack the bottom now, isn't he? Of course he is. Alright, let's just leave my rally point here. Let's leave a few of these guys around. Put these guys over there. You guys go there. You go there. You go. Okay. Alright. It's kind of cool having a rally point. What's that? Oh! Freezy boys! Freezy boys, recall-y boys. I knew I forgot one of the units. What about this? Robotics, support bay, shuttle movement speed, all that stuff. Let's get a shuttle out. I haven't built a shuttle yet. We can build a bloody Hydra den, I guess. I don't know. Make some lurkers of my own. These guys are gonna go around that top side, see what they can get done. These guys are gonna go hit up the middle. Cancel that. Good Storm. Yeah, he does some Dark Swarms, but Storm's sick. That Dark Swarm's just never gonna run out, is it? Dude, do these guys not auto heal? Or can they only heal units? Could they not heal buildings in StarCraft 1? Could they not heal... Oh. Chat wants to see Reavers. Okay, I'm building some... I'm starting a Reaver now. There's so many upgrades. Maelstrom... Corsair, Scout. Well, we should build some Scouts just for lols, because Scouts are kind of like the troll unit, right? We can kill this Overlord back here that's behind our base with that. Hey, kill a whole bunch of drones is always nice. I'd love to storm that army, man. I'm gonna try and intercept him, yeah. See if we can move forward and storm him a little bit. Oh, please. No. Alright. We can at least kill the overlords. Think we can get them. Whee! You sure you want to chase those? Oh. Oh! Scourge is... Oh, we didn't quite get it in range of the Scourge. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I want to get that so badly, dude. I just want to... Hello? See? Where are you? Oh! That's what I was looking for.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Okay, Scourge tried to come in from behind. Okay, where are the Reavers? Reavers are here. Alright, we got a Reaver drop, guys. Let's go.
What are you up to tonight? Just chilling.
Yeah, just chilling. Pretty much. Play a little bit of Power Rangers today. That was sick. Try to get more, but I don't think it'll happen.
Wee! Oh, 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 oh. GG, well played.
Watching a bit of StarCraft now.
Oh my gosh. Dude, Storm's crazy. It's funny because it's so hard to get in range, but it's so... May I plug myself? GG's. Oh, it's fun, man. Wow, there's so many things that are just so extreme in their power, right? Like the Storm just does so much damage, 112 damage over 3 seconds. So to put that in context, Storm in
They
StarCraft
said like
2 is
8
4
o'clock at
seconds,
the cuff for this
and it's only 80 damage.
bachelor party.
So this one
Yeah.
is doing, like almost 40 damage.
I was like, I'm gonna show late to this.
Double the
Mhm.
damage.
And
of
then
StarCraft.
Danielle,
Difference.
just after 8, was like, wait, I'm gonna be late.
I think it's 1 or 2 less fast.
I'm like, damn, I'm glad I didn't like try to get there at 8.
Yeah.
Slow to accelerate.
And some people are messaging like, oh, I'm just gonna be waiting at Cal Anderson.
When they stop to cast, it's a
Show.
slow cast animation.
What do we get for being on time, loser?
12 worker starts.
Yeah.
A lot of the early aggro. Oh, 100%.
I'll be back. I gotta go to the bathroom and get
100%,
more
yeah, it's
food.
different.
Yum
And
yum
it's double
yum yum
gas as
yum.
well, so
Food.
it's very weird. This is definitely not just StarCraft 1. This is a kind of weird form of StarCraft 1 meshed into the engine of StarCraft 2. I like it though. I quite like it. I didn't build any arbiters. Are they always using cloak, guys? Do they permanently have a cloaking field, or is that something? I think it's permanent, right? They don't have to activate it, do they? But it's like pretty small, if memory serves. I think it's pretty small. So I'm just gonna get these guys out. Man, they take 75 seconds to build. Was it that long in StarCraft 1? Did arbiters take even longer to take than carriers? It's not really? Did they? I have no idea. By the way, the scouts are out. So scouts were one of the coolest units in terms of like the design and how they looked. Unfortunately, they were always useless. I heard they buffed them sometime in the last few years of StarCraft 2. They're not a bad anti-air fighter, but they would cost almost as much as a carrier. Which they've nerfed the cost. I mean, they've buffed it by making it way cheaper. They used to cost almost as much as a carrier. And whilst they were a very good fighter, they were just kind of atrocious. And their anti-ground attack, their little photon blasters, is just like a little machine gun, basically. Yeah, they used to be 300, 150. Apparently, they made them a little cheaper in Brood War. I don't know if they made them this cheap. I doubt it, but they made them a bit cheaper. So, with the Reavers, guys, there's like 5 different upgrades to give them bonus damage, extra scarabs, and what's the other one? I feel like there's 3 Reaver upgrades in Brood War, I think. All right, where are the Arbiters, guys? Ah, here we go. So yeah, it's a little 3-space cloaking field. The Arbiter, it's kind of slow. It has one of the funniest attacks known to man. Does almost nothing. Little phase disruptor cannon. But you've got recall and you've got stasis field, both which are OP. Stasis field literally freezes enemy units for 47 seconds. And recall is, of course, recall, so it's super cracked. Wait, where do you get the upgrades for it? It had its own building? Where'd I put it? Where did I put down the tribunal? Where is it? Where did I build you? There it is. Okay. Starting energy, Kaidaran core, stasis field, and recall, both 79 or 71 seconds, 150, 150. The most fierce combat unit in all of StarCraft, the Arbiter, finds its prey. A scorpion-like Defiler is unable to return fire as it's stuck on the ground. And, wow, impressive. I feel like it did even less damage than this in StarCraft 1, actually. But it is just kind of hilarious that it has an attack. GG, though. That was fun. Protoss looks really cool. I love the Storm. I mean, just look at how powerful this is, guys. The fact that you can cast it so easily now as well. Oh my god. Brutal. The shuttles are kind of cool because they have this like weird acceleration to them as well. So if you stop them moving to unload, then you see how slow they are to accelerate. So the trick with this, guys, is never stop it moving. Always do the D-click method of loading up. And try not to click on it. Try to click the other units inside. So when you're using the shuttle micro, it's kind of like microing an Oracle. Where you want to kind of be like, okay, these guys are fighting. And you basically just tell them to get in. And then you drop it, D-click. They fight, they get back inside. You try to never stop it moving, because if it stops moving... Oh, that's so awkward. It just takes a good second to get going. And that's the way a lot of StarCraft 1 units work, is like acceleration super awkward. Carriers? Carriers not too much of a problem. Scouts kind of okay as well. But yeah, a lot of units they take a second to really accelerate. GG's. Did you get 200 supply for Zerg with mind control? No, Sylar! It sucked! No! They didn't give it. Maelstrom is a bio-only stun, Brandon was saying before, by the way. Thank you for that. Biological units can get stunned. I guess it's like a mind... Hey, Philip, what's up, mate? I can't find the finish of the series. We stopped it at Diamond. We didn't bother doing the final Masters to GM episode, Philip. There just weren't that many people interested in it, and I figure up to Diamond is like what 90% of people really need. So we just didn't get a lot of support. So that unfortunately that series is just going to be kind of left hanging. Does Pig read YouTube chat? Yeah, I wasn't really reading any chat during that game though. So because I was like, oh my god, what do these things do? Twitch chat's still a better way to get a hold of me. Luminous Soul, thanks for the Prime Gaming. Royal Vengeance for the 1-year resub. What's up, man? Thanks for hanging out. We see a Terran game where you rage like Artosis. Brood War Terran is so convoluted, man. The tech trees are so complicated in StarCraft 1 for everything except Zerg. Even Zerg has some complicated upgrades. It's just so many different buildings and upgrades. It's kind of crazy. And then you've got all the weird wall-off. Actually, to be fair, the engine of StarCraft 1 is part of why Terran's so frustrating. At least I understand how the StarCraft 2 engine works, so that's true. Like, wall-offs will be a lot more consistent and stuff. Do you get the extra supply if you build an Overlord? I thought that's how it worked in Brood War. Hatchery should give supply. Yeah, it should already have given 1 or 2 supply in Brood War and 6 supply in StarCraft 2.
Yo, Todd.
Yo.
What if we get Michael to try League? Could be cool.
In Brood War, a gas drop is 8 gas, so it kind of evens
It'd
out.
be
That's
cool, except I don't like playing it. Wish there was something we could do about that. I wish, but I don't think there is. I just don't like the game.
First thing you practice.
Fortunately.
Yeah, new maps drop is wall-offs. What's a Ling type?
Whereas like Rocket League, I play it. I'm just like, this is amazing. I just
would die so fast. Oh, yeah.
I don't
but
get it with League.
He would get
I think
And I'm
you
still
are very like
open-minded to the idea that I could get it.
yeah, and I feel like it's very possible that like
Oh my god, I think I'm done.
Rocket League is very obviously a game that you can have fun at minute 1, whereas League is like clearly not a game that's often going to have that as the case, you know.
Yeah.
Rocket League, it's like I'd be hard pressed to find a game more simple. Competitive game.
Piggy needs food.
Yeah, Rocket League's great.
You know how it goes. Piggy needs that food. Piggy needs that food.
Actually, I'm like, last night I played for a little bit on my own, just one-on-ones.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I'm like, damn, I really want to get to level 20, so that. And I was kind of destroying everyone. There was this one person who beat me.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, 5-0 or 5-1 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, he's not much better than me. He just
Mm-hmm.
has made some mistakes, and so
Yeah.
to my dismay,
Mm-hmm.
he just says like, gotta go, sorry, or like,
Mm-hmm.
after one game, and I was like, no, dude, like,
Yeah.
you think you're so much better, and you're like, oh, I just want a good match, so
Mm-hmm.
like, it's horseshit. So I
Yeah.
then match into someone else, destroy them, they forfeit pretty quickly, and then
Mhm.
go again, and I match with the same guy.
Yeah.
The guy who beat me.
Mm-hmm.
And we literally go into overtime, and I just clutch it out and win. And it was in such an epic way.
Mm-hmm.
And he
Yeah.
just says like, that was fun, good game, and then leaves or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But it was just such a like I'm so motivated and driven to win.
Yeah. Yeah.
So fun.
Oh, I don't know if I Okay, wait. Okay, so I've got a question about the table tennis thing again. And I think I may have possibly thought of like what might be a bit like what the difference is here. Maybe, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
But maybe when you're thinking of like reads, you're thinking of like reading based on
What
their
I
like
think my opponent is going to do.
but like because there's a big difference between like is that particular to your opponent or is it just like body language generally? Because so for instance in Rocket League or even in Counter-Strike, you make kind of like subtle reads on like when they're going to re-peak in Counter-Strike, or in Rocket League, like how to dribble around somebody or like where they're going to hit the ball, and then you could do it slightly unexpected. But like you're not basing that on how the player has played before. You're just basing it on how they're moving. You know what I'm saying?
So you're reacting to how they're moving.
Well, you're partially reacting, but you're also partially saying, based on this movement, their next movement is probably going to be this. So that's not a reaction, but it's kind of I also wouldn't call it a read. It's more of like a prediction, but it's not a read because it's not like reading the player, you know? Maybe it's a read, but they're like maybe people call it a read. I'm not sure, but like
I
this
mean,
feels
like in
Mhm.
Counter-Strike, you know, couldn't you like be like, all right, let's say I've been playing this site. I expect the same player is going to go pallets, and I think he's going to push this time because he's been doing that the last 3 times. Is that not like reading the player?
Yes, but you don't have a way to call that out. Like I guess you can hold an angle, but it's not nearly the same. Like it's not nearly, you know. It's not like if I, to give an analogy that you might recognize, like although I guess you maybe haven't done this like in the first person as much, but like in Smash, I'll run off stage and stomp, and I'm doing that so long before they have inputted the jump, and then they jump into the stomp. You know what I'm saying? It's like this is like a and also it being a read in the course of like a few seconds, and tons of them happen over the course of a minute, versus Counter-Strike where it's like you're just kind of reading, you're just kind of being like, oh, they did this before, maybe they'll do it again. That's not really, you don't feel like you've like solved somebody by doing that. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't evoke the feeling at all, I would say. To the point where
I guess I'm trying to think of like one-on-one game.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess no, not any one-on-one game, but there's a lot of one-on-one games that I think you would greatly benefit from trying to anticipate the player's next move. Right?
Yes, but like you're doing that in chess too, but that's not a read.
Yeah. Maybe that's something I don't understand, because I was going to say, like, in chess, don't you read your opponent?
I don't think so. Because I mean, at least not in the same way. Because chess is it's a turn-based game of perfect information. So it's like, like the like you can see their options, and it's just, if there's some kind of reading in chess, it occurs at a level well beyond what I've ever seen or understood in the way that I use the word read. But
wait, for jury duty, employment status, would I say retired?
Are there like drop down options, or
It's like employed full-time, employed part-time, for load, military, homemaker.
I'd say unemployed. If that's an
unable
option.
to work, unemployed and currently working, unemployed and not currently looking for work.
That's probably what I'd put.
Or you can select multiple.
I think I did.
You wouldn't
that for
put retired.
No, I did this for health insurance as well. I assumed.
Oh, I need to do that, by the way.
Yeah. I assumed retired. Like, I'm like, how is unemployed and not looking for work? I guess there's a feeling of permanence to it, but I guess my retirement status is conditional on the market. I assumed that retired had like a more specific meaning on like a government level, And the distinction between unemployed and retired to me felt not. I felt like from a government perspective, unemployed felt more fitting because what people think of with retired. Like, I don't know if I'd be considered retired in the eyes of the government. Yeah, the read thing is a little. I mean, it's very much a thing in Melee. Oh yeah. So like, okay, so I down throw you, and you're in a tech chase situation, and I just stomp perfectly where you roll. That's a read.
Yeah. What about like I'm priming, like I'm mentally priming for my hand to go into a backhand because I think you're going to hit to my backhand. And I'm expecting it to have backspin rather than topspin.
The
That's
thing
not
is,
a
I mean,
read?
can't you react to the hit
No.
and then adjust?
I mean,
No.
you'll be better if you.
Well, it'll be better, but let's say you're wrong. Can't you do something about that? Like
Yeah.
you have time to kind of change course there. So it's like you might as well be preparing for something, and so you're just opting for one option. Like that feels more like an option select almost. You're just kind of weighting one more than another.
What about
I
you
guess
hit the ball to me and I need to basically guess which kind of spin it has?
Yeah, but then that's a force, or not like force like that's a term or anything, but like it's a you have to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like
I see.
you had to make a guess there. It's not because you feel like you understood the player and you are now like making a huge call out on their tendencies. It's like you're just
Yeah. So what about I'm going to hit a certain type of spin because I don't think that this person is going to expect it?
No, that feels that's I don't think that's a read either. Like there's a lot of things you do in fighting games that are like I haven't done this option in a while, so I'm going to do that option because it's less expected. But that's like super not a read.
Yeah.
I really can't think of anything in I mean like I guess if you and this is again this is it's like ridiculous, it just wouldn't happen. Like if you
I mean,
you
well,
know,
sorry, I like in let's say not table tennis, but tennis.
yeah. I mean,
Like,
let's say in tennis, you hit the ball towards them slowly enough or you're fast enough to where you can uh immediately get up to the net in like a fashion that is like you can only cover like one type of shot, and they have the option to lob it over you, but you're so confident that they won't that you can just get there and you know what I'm saying? It's
wait,
like
sorry. This is too deep. I'm like, I have
yeah.
to fill out this jury information thing by today,
Oh, okay.
and so I'm like filling out a form.
Yeah, yeah.
Carpenter.
Oh, I mean, his saves. Okay, good for him.
Oh,
but
that's it.
not
That's
good for him
it.
right there.
All right, we'll see what happens.
That's the two wobbles. Handshake. Handshake.
All right, I think I just
I don't think it's gonna
responded to
happen.
my jury summons thing.
Wait. Are we, yeah, he knew.
God, I hope I don't have to do jury
All
duty.
right, great.
Okay, yeah. Anyway, yeah, I mean, maybe I don't know. I guess I'm like I feel like being like, I think you're going to hit it to here. I think that it's more than just like positioning. Like this person does this a lot, so I'm going to read that so that my positioning can be better and I'll be more likely to be able to return well. Seems like a thing.
I don't know. I think like very possibly at a level like beyond, but like the other thing is like, you know, table tennis being a physical game and one that is so like it's not a read, for instance, if you can't backhand. Let's say you're like you're a newer player and your backhand is just terrible. If you hit it to their backhand and expect a terrible hit back, that's not really a read. You just know that they can't do that. So likewise, like they might have a tendency of hitting it to one corner, but that just might be a physical limitation.
Yeah, but I'm saying let's assume it's not.
Yeah, okay. So you're saying at a
Let's
level where like you can position the ball really well.
I mean, how well you can position the ball is also a function of your pathing to the ball.
Yes, yeah. So I'm saying that, and then I'm saying also that like, then also presumably like the cost benefit. Like I feel like this concept of the game is just kind of not the same as like reads as we like. I guess it's kind of like a like.
I feel like when I'm playing ping pong or tennis, there are times where I'm like, I'm going to hard commit to this thing right now because I think this is where the ball is going to go, partially based on where the ball is now, but also based on where I think this person would choose, or like not like would choose to put it, but kind of
Based
like
on their
where
previous
that
actions.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, yeah.
Because I don't think you have any way to know, nor would you care, why the player has had the habits they've had up to this point, and whether or not they've been decisions or just kind of limitations of,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
like, like how much you're factoring in how much they've done that and how well they've positioned themselves for various shots is like, I suspect not information that you're using that well or accurately or anything. One of the really famous moments in Melee is, I think it was when Mango won Genesis 1. He was still playing Puff at the time, and it's the famous, like, the commentator is like, he read that roll. He read that roll. He, like, gets a knockdown on, I think it's Armada, and runs towards him, and then immediately turns back, and at the same time, Armada rolls in. And so he is able to just like rest the 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 tech option, the tech roll. And it's like, that is very much a read. But table tennis, I mean, would you say in like, like would you say a Duke is a read in like basketball or football?
Um.
Or like, would you be like, oh, it looks like he's going this way. He might be duking, so I'm actually going to go the other way, assuming he's duking. That might be something like a read, but I don't know. That feels different. That feels like a different like concept.
Yeah, I mean, with team sports, I think like reads would be on like a team level. Like I think they're going to play more aggressive now, or I think they're going, you know what I mean? Like,
well, a Duke interaction is a one-on-one interaction, though, isn't it? Or at least in like,
yeah, yeah.
we
Let's
can
let's
isolate it
stick
to
to
one.
one-on-one sports for now. I mean, or I guess
No, there aren't very
is
many of
it?
those.
I guess I'm like, I can't really think like fencing. I don't know really anything about fencing, but I imagine reading your opponent is probably a big part of it.
Well, fencing's a lot like fighting, and fighting and fighting games share a lot in common. Boxing too.
Oh,
I don't know a lot about fencing, but I know boxing is supposed to share a lot in common with fighting games. Yeah,
okay,
I'm sure
okay.
there are reads. I'm sure a lot of the. I mean, I've heard people describe it, and I very much believe it that a lot of the concepts in fighting games apply to boxing as well. But tennis, I am less sure about. Maybe, but again, maybe yes, but maybe like only at a certain level. That's like,
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess like, a lot of melee players read like tennis, like the inner game of tennis and stuff like that, but you know,
what's about like
books,
mentality and stuff, isn't it? Like that's not really.
yeah, a book's not about reading your opponents.
Mm-mm. That's something I didn't know. Like, because you've read the inner game of tennis, and that.
Yeah, I mean, I read this because like fighting game people read this book.
Yeah, but like I didn't know that there's nothing about reading opponent in that, and I'm like that's an insight that, it would have made me like take pause with, maybe there's something I'm not understanding, but you know given that there isn't any mention of like reading opponent.
Oh wait, sorry, my hold up, my headphones are being weird. I need to find their case. Oh god, I can't find it. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I mean, I guess like, well, I mean, it's the inner game of tennis. It's like, it's just like your own mental.
Here's another thing. Here is a thing that I've had happen a number of times in fighting games. My opponent feeling like I am in their head, like explicitly saying, "Get out of my head," for certain things.
Yeah.
Like what you're describing here is like I'd be surprised if you ever had that experience in table tennis. You had, man, I'm just getting read so much. Like I think you on an individual level might feel like you're reading somebody, but you don't know. You don't know if it's just like a physical limitation or the ball hit to them in a way that like they couldn't track quite right and they just happened to hit it where you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where and so, you know, the reverse, like have you in table tennis ever felt like, man, this person is just reading all my options here? I'd be very surprised.
Sure. Yeah.
So that I think is kind of a testament, or like it I think shows something about like something that's different about fighting games in this respect.
I mean, well, does "get out of my head" mean? I mean, yeah, I guess that's
like
an expression that is not strictly used in fighting games.
Imagine if you were playing Melee and
Yeah.
every time you rolled any direction, you got stomped. I mean, it's some if you're new enough to the game, you might think that they can stomp you on reaction. But let's say you're experienced enough in the game so you know they can't. You know that every one of these are a read.
Yeah.
And
I
they
mean, yeah,
just hit
maybe
it right
maybe this
every
is
time.
maybe the difference here is like yeah, there's some semantic difference because kind of the thing I was originally responding to you is you being like, you don't read people in those games, and me being like, I feel like colloquially you do. I think people are like, yeah, if you read your opponent, you'll get a tactical advantage in tennis, etc. So maybe you're like, oh, but you don't do. It's different in fighting games. And it's like, okay, yeah, that's not really what I was responding to. Right? Like, I'm not like, I don't disagree that like, I guess yeah, I guess, I don't know what we're gonna really disagree on here, but the thing that I don't know. I feel like I was originally responding to you being like, you don't read your opponent in tennis or something like that, where I was like, I don't know if that's true. And like, probably colloquially, a lot of people would say that you absolutely do. So I'm like, if you're saying, well, you don't read them like you do in a fighting game, okay, cool. But you're saying you don't read them at all. I think you were saying. I don't remember how exactly how the.
I mean, what I'm thinking
And I
about
was
like
like,
how
I do,
I
and you were
feel
like,
about it.
yes,
Like,
something like that. And I'm like, I don't. If you just Google like read your opponent tennis, there's gonna be a lot of dialogue on how to read your opponent in tennis. I don't know.
how to read your opponent's shots, but I think that's like super different. That's like, that's about reacting to like the physical movements and stuff like that. It's not about like, I mean, yeah, I'm interested in learning this. Like, I could be wrong about this, but I'd be kind of surprised. Like, I get that you could be like, I understand that they have a weak backhand and I'm going to do these things, or I understand, but do they prefer to hit forehands or backhands? Like, I understand those are things, but paying attention to their serve and return patterns as
How to read your opponent's mind. Would you like to know what shot your opponent's going to hit before they actually hit it? It's not science fiction. It's called anticipation, how you can apply it to your game and gain tremendous tactical advantage over anyone you play. Here's how. Read their mind.
yeah.
I don't know.
But like, is that a significant part? I guess the other piece is like whether or not that's like a significant part of the game.
Yeah, I think that like, I mean, I guess even in like, playing ping pong with Michael, I guess I'm like, okay, I think you're going to do this thing. And so I get to kind of pre-prepare for that thing. And, you're kind of saying, well, you have to pre-prepare for something, but it's not really like that. It's like, I think it's, pre-preparing for something, depending on how hard you commit to it, can make you less prepared for the other options.
Yeah.
And so if I'm just reacting, I could be better, depending on what Michael does, I could be better off than if I pre-prepare for what I think he's going to do.
Yeah, but also like whether the base, I feel like it matters whether the basis of that is like you're doing it based on their previous behavior, but it's not necessarily based on like choices they've been making. It could just be like that's just how they know how to play the game, like Michael at this particular kind of shot only knows how to do this one kind of, you know?
Okay, yeah. So you're saying it's not necessarily that, but it very well can be.
But that's what I'm asking you.
What?
Like, do you think that you are like
Yeah, like when I'm playing tennis in high school, I'm like, wow, this person seemingly loves to, in doubles, hit it down the lane. And that is an option that I really need to be ready for. Or, wow, these people do not cover the lane. I'm going to make an effort to hit it down the lane. Because if you get it past the front person when you're hitting down the lane, it's free.
I just, because, I also played tennis in high school, and that just doesn't feel like a read to me. It feels like finding weaknesses in their play. Which is kind of like, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're saying, Michael tends to do this kind of shot because, yeah, it just feels very,
like in tennis, if someone said, like if, someone was like, wow, he got to that one. He's like, yeah, I read it. Like, I read that you were going to hit it there. That doesn't seem crazy to me. Or like, what are you talking about? Which I think was something you said is like, what are you talking about? These games have reads. I'm like, no, this seems very.
No. You're no. Because again, you can completely predict what they're going to do, but that's not necessarily a read. That can just be like a consequence of like where they are and where you hit the ball to them. And like just how they are capable of returning that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not like they chose, like if
it's not like they necessarily chose. It could have just been limitations, and that's dependent on like their positioning, their ability, etc. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but what if they can choose? Which often feels like is the case when you're just rallying with someone. It's like you're making a choice to put the ball somewhere, left or right, short or long, right? Like I don't. Like I agree. Like sometimes it's not necessarily. It was not necessarily a choice, but certainly you can't. You don't have to sit there and go, like. Certainly there are times when
I'm wondering about if there even like that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying there are times. I'm wondering if there even are times where it is a read. That's what I'm trying to think about.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I guess, maybe I just don't understand what a read is. And if someone were to say, I read that you were going to hit it there, they would also just be wrong. According to you. But okay. I think that is probably pretty colloquial
language. Mean more than one thing. But when I'm saying reads in fighting games don't exist in other game or in tennis, I'm talking about, reads in fighting games. Or like reading the player in a particular way.
I don't know if you were streaming, but I don't. remember the statement that you made. But
Okay, but the statement I'm making now is like I don't know that like getting into a player's head is nearly as is maybe even a thing at all in tennis, which is what I was basically saying or trying to say. Like,
okay, wait,
it
and
doesn't
at
feel
one point
like
I'm like, what does getting into the player's head mean?
right, and like that it's weird to me. Like, I feel like no, because even in Melee, it's like I think you would need to understand the game better, possibly, to get there.
No, but I'm saying this is like you need to like narrow down your language, I think. Because I'm like, okay, yeah, I agree that tennis is different or ping pong is different than Melee. But I think the concept of you can get into your opponent's head is something that I think many people would say, yeah, you can do that in tennis. And so I'm like, you just need to be more specific. And you're like, oh, well, you need to understand Melee to more to be like, no, I'm not saying.
No. What I'm saying is when I say get into somebody's head in the perspective of a fighting game and you say you don't know what I mean,
I don't know exactly what you mean. I don't know what you mean exactly.
Right. And I'm saying, okay, then I think you don't, that like you'd need to understand more about like how early the decisions are being made by your opponent are in Melee in order to.
No, but the thing is, I think I get that. I think I do get this. I think I get what you mean, but then it's like when you say you don't get into your head in tennis, I'm like, well, what exactly do you mean when you say that? Because if you're saying you don't do that in tennis like you do in Melee, sure. You just made a nothing statement.
Or in fighting games generally. And
sure.
Probably boxing and fencing. These all probably have this in common, and then tennis, it's different. Are you saying sure to that? See, like what I'm saying, I think isn't crazy, or like it's not a nothing statement. At the very least, it might be crazy, but it's not a nothing statement. I am making a statement.
Okay. Well, now that it's been narrowed down a little bit, but just I mean, the original statement of like you don't read your opponents and or like it required more. It requires more. Like I think if someone were like, if you were to say you don't get into your opponent's head in tennis, I think a lot of people would be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Well, a lot of people the phrase like that's a terrible phrase to take out of context, right? Like obviously, like getting into somebody's head can mean so many things.
Okay, yeah, and so can reading someone, and so the statement is now you in tennis, you don't do this in the same way as you do in Melee or boxing or fighting games or boxing or fencing.
Well, I mean it's ultimately an open question, but that's what I'm wondering.
And
is, like, is this a property of tennis?
I don't know.
So that's what's interesting is that like you do play Melee, and so it's like it seems like you could know.
Well, okay. Well, I don't know, and I would maybe be like, yeah, I think probably this is a bigger component in this. Like, I think we probably agree on most everything here. I just think that my original reaction was to you saying you don't read people in ping pong.
Well, the thing is we may or may not agree on various things, but it's possible. It's possible that you. What I'm saying is, you're saying, oh, we probably agree on yada yada. I'm not confident that you understand reading in fighting games based on this conversation.
Yeah. And I think I do. Maybe I have a more like I don't know. Would you say you understood reading in fighting games in 2017 before you had even gotten super into Melee? Okay.
No, not for the context of what I'm describing now. No.
Okay.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
That you can, confidently make reads in a certain way and like hard call outs in a certain way is like, yeah, that definitely took like a lot of experience to understand. And
I mean, I
am myself.
understand that it would need a lot of experience to take a lot of experience to do it. Yeah, and maybe you're saying, oh, you can't.
I don't know if you can understand it if you haven't done it.
Okay. So only people who have gotten this level in fighting games or boxing can even understand or talk about this concept. I mean, you're saying you can only understand it if you've done it.
I said I'm not sure, but I'm like, because it's right. It's a concept of like.
I'm like, who were you talking to then?
Dude, I go to fighting game tournaments.
No, I'm saying, who were you earlier? Who were you talking to?
Oh, I mean, I was talking to.
Was it me or Michael? Who?
Michael. Yeah. I mean, I was describing a concept that's like, I didn't expect Michael to understand. That is to say, like, you know, that's why I said you don't read people, right? This is not something you would be familiar with. You don't do this in the kinds of games you play.
And I guess, my big critique is that if you are trying to describe this concept that you possibly believe can only be understood by having achieved a certain level in, you know, Melee or a fighting game or boxing or something.
Which is a very minor thing, by the way. Like, there's a lot of concepts in games that you can only achieve by achieving a certain level.
Yeah. But like, I think you need to describe it to a layman as something other than a read. And then like, if this results in you saying like, you don't read people in ping pong, and then what are you talking about when someone says, yeah, you do? It's like, think about what you're saying here. It's like, you're saying like, you're applying this word read to a type of read that can only be applied, that I, after hundreds of hours of Melee, still, to your belief, do not understand.
But again, like, a player can play thousands of hours of anything and not understand shit, right? Like, number of hours is totally irrelevant.
Okay, fine. But I don't understand, given my experience with Melee, right?
I mean, I don't think you have, like, a super deep experience with Melee.
Sure, yeah. But, you know, and you're saying this is what a read is. You don't.
I mean, then it's like, I didn't understand that there is something that you can, you know, that at least you're claiming there's something widely accepted to be a read that a lot of people are going to say is in tennis. That's something I didn't understand. And
yeah. I mean,
so like, if you think, you know, Michael's response to you don't read people in tennis would be, yes, you do, then yeah, that's something I didn't understand. Because there is a, you know, what I'm talking about.
I think a lot of people in this context, to read is to anticipate what the opponent is going to do, and to, you know, whether it be through limitation or through choice, but typically through choice, it is to anticipate an opponent's choice.
Wait, typically through choice? I think in table tennis, especially earlier level, it's typically
a read would be to anticipate somebody's choice. And use that anticipation to your advantage. That is what I believe most people would refer to as a read in a competitive game scenario.
I mean, we should also apply, like, yeah, read is a word that's used in a lot of different, like, reading in poker is kind of different, but it's still called a read. And
yeah, I imagine if you said you don't read people in poker, people would be pretty confused.
Right, I wouldn't say that. See, that's what I'm saying, right? Is I'm aware that there is a widely used term read in poker that means something totally different. So I wouldn't say that in poker. I mean, if I did, I'd say, okay, the reading you do in poker is not all the reading you do in fighting games. What you do in fighting games, you don't do in poker at all. But it's called a read, where you, like, based on their decision making, and there isn't really decision making in poker, and yada yada, right? That I'm very aware of. But tennis, you know, if I anticipate where the ball is going to go, is widely called a read. that's something I was unaware of.
Yeah,
In the
yeah. I
same
mean, I
way
think
poker
that.
reads are.
Okay, I guess it says. I just Google what is a read in a fighting game. It says a read is a prediction of an opponent's action based on knowledge of the game or the opponent's tendencies. That is like exactly what I would expect the definition for a read to be, right?
Yeah, but definitions don't mean a whole
A
lot.
prediction. Okay, but I guess predicting an opponent's action and punishing them somehow is a thing in a lot of games, I think. And I think that I guess so if someone is kind of using that as their understanding of what a read is, to then hear someone say, you don't read people in tennis or in ping pong, and what are you talking about? Is like, what? Like,
right, yeah, that's why I wouldn't go to the definition. Is because you can do this with like anything with definitions. You can find counterexamples one way or the other. Definitions are generally a pretty bad way to go about coming up with like colloquial.
Well, I guess I was the one who was like, what? So, and I hadn't looked up the definition, right?
Right, but that's what you're doing now.
Okay, but what I'm saying is my understanding of what a read is okay, so ignore the fact that I just looked up the definition. That was basically what exactly I said is my understanding of what a read is, and that is something that you do in ping pong or tennis. So what I am saying is, and I think that this is probably most people's understanding in this context of what a read is. So I think that in the future, if you are talking about this special version of a read that applies to fighting games or something,
but
it's
not special, like you'd be like, oh, I guess there's no reading in poker because that's not what you do in poker. Not reading, right? Like that's why you don't go to these definitions. It's not special read. It's right. It's like they're just different words are just malleable.
I didn't go to the definition, Kurt. I didn't go to the definition.
Like poker, there's no anticipation. Does that mean there's no reading?
Well, I mean, yeah, poker. It's like it's an overloaded term. I get that, right?
Yeah.
That's almost the point I'm trying to make. Is that this is an overloaded term. And one way that I think it is very well understood is what I said before looking at the definition, which is you anticipate a choice that your opponent is going to make in order to use that to your advantage somehow. Punish them, whatever.
So
right?
Again, that's just what I was saying is like I didn't know that this was being used in tennis in that way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily.
I'm sure there are plenty of games where you anticipate something about your opponent, and nobody calls it a read. I'm sure there are examples of that.
Sure, but I guess I guess what I'm saying is I think that's probably a very common understanding of what a read is, and so to say to someone, this game there are no reads in this game, is going to make you sound weird. Because to their understanding of the word and how it would be applied in this context, there absolutely is.
So
that's what I'm saying.
So that's you're saying that applies to everything that would fit under the description of anticipating the opponent. Like
yeah,
you
there
have to
are not
that
many
there are reads
things,
in everything where you anticipate.
There are
anything.
not many games that I would say there are no reads in that thing. Where like trying to anticipate a choice your opponent makes does not serve to your advantage is not.
So yeah, you would just say there are reads in basically everything.
Almost, yeah.
Yeah. And you think that most people would think that, and that it would be crazy to say otherwise, and that like what I did was not good to do because there are reads in everything. I mean, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying, that's what you're. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, not verbatim how I would phrase it, but in general, yeah, that's the point I'm trying to make. Is I think if you go around saying this thing doesn't have reads, this thing doesn't have reads, this thing doesn't have reads, a lot of people are going to be like kind of confused and probably a little like you sound. I mean, because the colloquial understanding of this word is pretty simple and applies to most games. That's like what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And if that person said, no, you do read in this, and your response is, what are you talking about? It'd be like, weird. And that's what it was earlier. It'd be like, wait, why are you like, that's the point I'm trying to make. Most games have like.
I don't think I said, what are you talking about?
Were you streaming?
Yeah. I mean, maybe I did, but
I remember you saying, what are you talking about?
Okay,
In that.
yeah. I mean,
like,
yeah.
To me, saying
maybe
that
I did think
there are reads in ping pong.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Maybe I just didn't anticipate. Yeah, that it'd be. I guess I just kind of, and like, yeah, I think I thought that you understood fighting game reads better than you do, and so like I was, the fact that I was hearing it from you, I think, was informing my reaction there.
Yeah. But I'm like, I'm not sure if I'm going to ever get to a point where I understand a fighting game so much that I will say there are no reads in ping pong.
Well, yeah,
I don't think I'll ever.
Because, but yeah, you wouldn't use those words. But would you say there are fighting game reads in ping pong? That is something that requires you to understand the kinds of reads in both games. And maybe you would eventually say, yes, there are. And maybe you would confidently say, no, there aren't. But right now, I don't think you can say either way because you don't really.
Sure.
It sounds like you don't really understand fighting game reads, which is something that I didn't understand before. So for you to say there are reads in this, with me thinking that you're coming from a place of knowing that what that is in fighting games, I was like, what are you talking about?
Okay, I mean, I think in the future, if I put 1,000 hours and I really focus on Melee, I think I'd still probably be like, there are reads in ping pong, just not in the way like there are in Melee or something like, like I.
Yeah.
But there are no reads in X Games sounds like I think it's always going to be in a ridiculous statement.
No, because your reaction though, let's say you are now 10,000 hours further along in Melee than you are. Your reaction wouldn't be, there are reads in ping pong. Your reaction would be, oh, Kurt, there is, I know what you're saying, Kurt, but Michael might be mistaking reads. Like, you're thinking of reads in the context of a fighting game, and like there are things that a lot of people would be considered reads in the context of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, your reaction would be so different if you understood fighting game reads.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I just said. I just said like it would. Wait, what you just paraphrased me 10,000 hours in saying is like exactly what I was trying to express. What I would say.
I thought
like
you said. I can't remember.
I'd be like, yeah, there are reads, not in the way that.
Well,
there are in Melee.
No. So like, I think
it's incredibly similar. Like the idea that you are.
That's the thing is like you say, no. That's different. You saying there are reads and you're changing the. That'd be like if I said there aren't reads in poker and you're like there are reads in poker, and like I'm doing it in the context of Melee. It's like you're just switching out a synonym or a homonym,
sure,
right? Like
sure. Wait, but if you were to say there aren't reads in poker, everyone would be like, "What are you talking about?"
Right, but your reaction, if you know what I'm trying to say, and my words are not, you know what I'm saying? Like in general, if you know what somebody's trying to say, and their words are off, you don't just take the words and then shove it down their throat. Like it's just not how you do it. You'd be like, oh, I know what you're saying, but like also there's a.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I wasn't trying to shove anything down your throat.
No. That's what I'm saying. It was a misunderstanding, Todd. I'm saying.
Yeah.
So that's my reaction to you saying, well, there are reads in tennis. If you understood what I was talking about, that would be you trying to shove it down my throat in the poker
and so
example.
Kind of what I'm saying is maybe and I feel like what I was saying like 20 minutes ago is like no one's gonna understand what the fuck you're talking about. I mean, I guess
No,
like,
that's not true.
if
Again,
okay, sorry.
You with a bunch of hours of
Only
fighting games would
people who have
understand what.
played. You think that only people who have played these games and understand what it means, which you need to have done to understand. You theorize. You theorize that you need to have experienced this to understand it.
Yeah, but I'm not claiming you need to understand it for what I'm saying to make sense. I'm saying you just don't need to have an association with reads in tennis. If I say there aren't reads in golf, people are going to be fine with what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And they don't need to understand fighting game reads to do that.
Yes. Yeah. Well, yeah. So I guess, I don't know. I guess kind of my whole point is that probably in a game that isn't like golf or solitaire, you probably shouldn't say there aren't reads in it when you probably need to pick some different words here.
I don't know, man. Like, are there reads in Risk? Are there reads like I don't know if that's the best example, but like there are surely some games where you're doing some level of anticipation, and if you say there aren't reads in it, it's not going to be met with confusion. That said, like, yeah, I fully agree that, like, I mean, if not just you as an example, like, there's clearly an affiliation with reads in tennis or table tennis that I was, like, not aware of.
I mean, I don't even necessarily know if there's an association like that. But, like, given that I think the colloquial understanding of what a read is to anticipate your opponent's action, there are so many games that this applies to.
I don't think that that's widely considered to be what reads are. Just like any kind of anticipation at all. I wouldn't say that that's like widely considered to be like granted,
Yeah,
like
I mean, maybe
this
maybe
conversation.
I have a big like misunderstanding. Like maybe this is a misunderstanding of mine. It's just weird, like because my misunderstanding, I was like, well, let me look up what this means in fighting games, and it's kind of exactly what I expected. It's like kind of like the definition that I have is exactly the definition I'm reading.
Yeah, I think you're taking too much weight in that. I think there's like that's basically it's like meaningless. Like yeah, I mean that's how I define reads too. If I had to define it, but
I just have like a misunderstanding that is unfortunately being reinforced by Googling the definition. But yeah, maybe a read is not anticipating your opponent's action and making some choice as a result in order to gain an advantage. Maybe that's not what a read is.
Well, it's you can like let's see.
I actually do really have to go.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I gotta head out.
Okay.
Later.
Talk to you later. Bye.
Art.